N-25-20 and N-29-20. The Board of Directors or Board and employees of the AMETHOD Public Schools shall meet via the Zoom meeting platform. Members of the public who wish to access this board meeting may do so at https://zoom.us/j/946-548-36936. Members of the public who wish to access this board meeting by telephone may do so by calling 669-900-9128. Again, that's area code 669-900-9128. These numbers that I just read are also available at our website, www.amethodschools.org. Members of the public who wish to comment during the board meeting may use the raise hand tool on the Zoom platform or press *9 if you're joining by telephone. Individual comments will be limited to 3 minutes. The Board of Directors may limit the total time for public comment to a reasonable time. The board reserves the right to mute or remove a member of the public if comments or actions disrupt the board meeting. A copy of the written materials which will be submitted to the school board may be reviewed by any interested persons on the AMETHOD Public Schools website at www.amethodschools.org, along with this agenda following the posting of the agenda at least 72 hours in advance of this meeting. This meeting is and will be recorded.
Hello? Yeah.
Luis, can you hear me?
Yes, I can, Peter.
Maribel just texted me. She's having trouble joining through Zoom.
Yeah, I'm in communication with her now. Oh, there's Edgar, okay. Edgar, I'm gonna hang up here.
I had to go to Zoom and just type in the meeting ID because I couldn't get it to come up on my iPad. I couldn't get the meeting code to come up from the Google Calendar on my iPad, but it worked when I just went to the Zoom app and typed in the meeting ID. So she might try that.
I'll let her know that Maribel said that she's gonna call in, so I'm just gonna send her that info again. So she'll be joining by phone.
From Gil that he's having difficulties connecting. So if you could also please send him the link.
Edgar, when you tried the first time, was it with the Google invite?
The first time was, I believe it was from the Google, and the last three digits, the meeting numbers, the 6936 were the ones. I can't understand why it didn't show up, but I'm connected now.
With the link that I sent you to your email.
Yes, the link that you sent.
Interesting, it's the same one that was in the Google invite, but I'm gonna send Gilbert that now as well.
Okay, let me tell him.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Hi. Good to see you.
Thank you.
190, I think that's Maribel.
Is that Maribel?
Yeah, Maribel is the 190. Hi, Maribel. Thank you for joining. Hi, Maribel. Can you hear us?
Yep, I'm on. Thank you so much. I'm sorry about that.
No, it's okay. My apologies. Looks like we have Maribel, Peter, and Edgar. I don't know if you want to wait for Gilbert or call to order now.
Let's give it a few minutes for Gilbert to try to get on, and then we'll do the roll call.
I just admitted Gilbert. He should be somewhere in these windows.
Excellent.
Do you have that panel function, Louise? Because it might make it easier for people to see the board.
I do have-
If you can put the board into a panel, it groups the board together. Maybe the board with Nick. Do you have that? Do you have a panel to form a panel function?
Okay, I see Gilbert is on now.
You guys hear me?
Yes.
Perfect.
So I think we have now everybody that that we can establish a quorum. So Mr. Stefan, would you please do a roll call?
Board Chair Quiroz,
Present.
Board Member Hanley,
Yes.
Board Member Gonzalez,
Present.
Board Treasurer Vargas, and Board Member Lopez Jr. That's 4 of 5 members, establishing quorum.
Excellent. And David, were you able to already say your preamble that about today's board meeting?
Yes, sir. That was done at 6 o'clock before the meeting was called to order, as a way to prepare everybody who wanted to log on.
Okay. Well then, let's now move to item number 2, the approval of the agenda. I have 2 changes that I'd like to make. We are deleting items 4 and 5 regarding closed session.
Hello, we're gonna take public comment. Van a tomar.
And it's item number 7.6, nomination of board member. Those items are to be deleted.
We're not going to do a closed session?
We are not going to do a closed session.
Okay.
So are there any other changes to the agenda? Okay, not hearing any. Is there a motion to accept the agenda as changed?
I will move to accept the agenda as changed.
Is there a second?
I'll second
I
that
second.
motion.
All in favor indicate by saying yay. Oh, let's do a roll call again,
We
Stephen.
have to do a roll call.
Board Chair Quiroz,
Yes.
Board Member Lopez,
Yes.
Board Member Gonzalez,
Yes.
Board Member Hanley.
Yes.
That's unanimous.
Okay, the agenda has been approved. Announcements. I'd be remiss if I didn't take a moment to acknowledge for the record some wonderful news that was shared yesterday regarding both Oakland Charter High School and John Henry High School. It was reported in the U.S. News and World Report Best High Schools in the nation. John Henry High School, as well as Oakland Charter High School, have both been acknowledged and on that list. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank and congratulate Ms. Flores at John Henry High School and all of her team, both the teachers and the staff, for that accomplishment. As well as I'd like to congratulate Ms. Forrester at Oakland Charter High School and her team of staff and teachers for that major accomplishment. And I will add that Oakland Charter High School ranked #1 of all high schools among Oakland Unified School District, which is quite an accomplishment. So congratulations and thank you for your dedication and hard work, everyone. The second acknowledgement is I'd like to take this opportunity to congratulate one of our teachers, Julia Wilsema, who was awarded a Fulbright Hayes Group Study Abroad Program scholarship. This is just testimony of the commitment that our teachers have and the stellar background and credentials that they have. So I would like those two items to be added to the agenda as acknowledgement. Are there any other announcements? Not hearing any. We are now going to item number 6, general public comments. I should have mentioned that items, well, I did mention 4 and 5 were deleted. So the next item, item number 6, are there any public comments, Mr. Romo?
We'll call on her now. Okay, Mariela, will you need interpretation?
Sí, por favor.
Okay, you're providing your own, yes?
¿Cómo?
You have your own interpreter?
No, porque ¿cómo voy a agarrar uno?
So,
Bueno, la voy a decir en español para que quede en el récord. Mi nombre es Mariela.
1 second, Ms. Cuellar. So I'm unsure if I should set the clock for 3 or 6 minutes. I'm looking at you, Chair Guido.
Since there is no, this is Nicholas Vaca. Since there is no interpretation, it should be set for the normal time given to an English speaker.
So
3 minutes.
Do we all understand Spanish? Are we all bilingual?
Well, you're bilingual. You're bilingual. Why don't you do your presentation in
I
English?
can translate if that's okay, out of respect for our speaker. I mean, her comment should be understood. Whatever message she's trying to convey should be heard. Is that allowed? Can I translate?
Disculpe, ¿quién está hablando?
Yeah, who's
¿Puede decir
speaking?
su nombre?
Mi nombre es Maribel González.
Oh, Maribel González, la miembra.
Board member.
Sí, de la mesa.
Oh, qué bueno.
Me ofrezco a traducir por usted, pero no sé si está permitido.
Sí, pues gracias, le agradezco mucho.
Deme un momento. Is that allowed?
I don't think it's allowed for the board member to do the translation. Normally what happens if somebody wants to do a Spanish presentation, they bring their own interpreter. And then the minutes allowed for making the comments are doubled. So 2 to 4, 3 to 6.
Disculpe, señor Vaca, pero ustedes como escuelas que tienen la mayoría de familias que hablan español, ya hemos tenido esta conversación antes y usted me ha dicho que yo hablo inglés. Entonces, sí hablo inglés, pero mis comentarios yo los quiero hacer en español y es mi derecho. Entonces, ustedes como organización que sirven a población que habla mayormente español tienen que tener interpretación. Es la ley.
No, esa no es la ley, señor. La ley es que si usted va a hacer una presentación, and if you're going to do a presentation in Spanish, you bring your interpreter.
Bueno, voy a decir mi comentario en español.
Okay.
Eso es lo que yo...
Sorry,
como
can I say
ustedes no me
something?
quieren dar interpretación, está bien. Gracias.
Yeah. Ms. Flores is also offering interpretation. I'm not sure if that's allowed.
That's allowed.
Okay. So, Ms. Cuellar, Ms. Flores, la directora de John Henry High School, le va a hacer la interpretación.
Ms. Cuellar may have a slow internet connection because her screen looks like it froze.
One second here.
Oh, there she is. Okay.
¿Aló, Miss Cuellar? Yo le voy a proveer la traducción, la interpretación. Si me da poquito de tiempo cada vez que termine una oración o dos oraciones para poder traducir.
Sí, ya empezó. Ok, ya lo dije, pero lo voy a volver a repetir. Mi nombre es Mariela Cuellar, soy madre de Benito Juárez y requiero que mi nombre y mi comentario aparezca en los minutos de la reunión de hoy día de las mesa directiva de las AMETHOD.
Hello, my name is Mariela Cuellar, and I am a mother I have daughters at BJE, and I am requesting that my name is on the record and that my comment is on the record.
Mi comentario público es acerca otra vez que seamos consistentes con la agenda y los paquetes de la agenda que estén puestas al público en línea.
My ask, and I already mentioned this before, is that the agenda and that the packet for the agenda is consistent and that it is online.
Que sigan el Brown Act de 72 horas.
That you follow the Brown Act of 72 hours.
Yo he pedido esto siempre, que hagamos mejores prácticas. Necesitamos que los padres de nuestras escuelas entiendan que tenemos mesas directivas en las AMETHOD y que tenemos que participar para que sepamos lo que está pasando realmente en nuestras 6 escuelas.
I have always asked for better practices and that in terms of the board meetings, and that parents understand that we have a board and that we have board meetings so that they are informed and they can make their voice heard.
Que tenemos mesas directivas de las 6 escuelas y somos las AMETHOD Public Schools. Que hay miembros de la mesa directiva que nos representan. Que nosotros no los escogimos, fueron escogidos, pero hay miembros que nos representan y están tomando decisiones por nosotros.
That there are 6 schools in the system and that this is AMETHOD Public Schools, and that there are members on the board that represent us. Even though we didn't choose them, they were chosen for us. They are still making decisions for the 6 schools.
Siempre les he dicho que necesitamos que los papás nos informemos, nos involucremos y tomemos acción. Así podemos saber lo que está pasando con nuestras 6 escuelas académicamente, social y emocional, y quién está corriendo en nuestras escuelas, las 6 escuelas de las AMETHOD.
And we need to inform them. They need to be informed so that parents are involved and that they can also take action and that they are informed about the academic and socio-emotional needs that are happening at the schools. And, señora Cuellar, ¿me repite la última oración, por favor? Señora Cuellar.
Sí, es que me habían puesto el mute, el que no hablar. Entonces, que los de la mesa directiva están tomando decisiones para nuestras 6 escuelas y tenemos que saber lo que está pasando con nuestras 6 escuelas.
and that the AMPS board is making decisions for the 6 schools. And as parents, we need to be informed about the decisions and what is happening within the 6 schools in a method.
Una de las cosas que siempre les he pedido de que nos hagan saber a los padres que hay estas mesas directivas. Algunos padres sabemos del FST, que es el equipo de familia y personal, pero necesitamos que los papás participen en las mesas directivas para que tengamos una mejor comunicación y sepamos lo que está pasando siempre con nuestras escuelas y cuáles decisiones se están tomando.
And I have always asked, there is one ask, which is to let parents know what is going on and that there are board meetings so that they can be involved. And a lot of us know that there is the FST, which is the family staff team, but we need more parents to be participating in the board meetings so that we can have better communication and we can know what's going on at the schools.
En las mesas directivas de las AMETHODs.
And this is the board meetings for AMETHOD Public Schools.
Informémonos en las mesas directivas para las AMETHODs, informémonos, involucrémonos y tomemos acción.
We should be informed regarding the board meetings at AMETHOD Public Schools, communication, and ¿cuál es la última punto?
Que nos informemos, nos involucremos y tomemos acción.
We should be informed, we should be involved, and we need to take action.
Gracias, señora Flores.
Thank you.
All right, I have 3 more comment cards. So, Ms. Forrester, I'm going to call on you first.
Good evening, board members and members of our community. I just wanted to share with you that this evening, right before the board meeting, I was participating in the Families in Action A through G Awards. It was broadcast live on Facebook, and it was a very inspiring evening celebrating the wonderful work that's being done in a variety of Oakland schools in order to support our students to meet A through G college readiness requirements. Oakland Charter High School was recognized in categories for Latinx student achievement and for African American student achievement. Thank you very much.
Okay, I'm going to call on Gabby next. 1 second. All right, go ahead, Gabby. Ms. Gutierrez? Ms. Gutierrez, can you hear me? Maybe we'll come back to her. I also have a comment from Galilea. Let me unmute you. Galilea, are you there?
Sí, aquí estoy. ¿Puede también Miss Flores traducirme?
Sure, let me ask here. Ms. Flores.
Y mi nombre es Mariela.
Oh, okay.
Perdón, es que es la computadora de mi hija.
Okay, un segundo, dejé arreglar luego.
Gracias.
Ms. Flores, are you able to translate?
Yes, I am.
Okay. María, ¿verdad? ¿Dijo? ¿Mariela?
Mariela.
Cuando guste puede empezar.
Sí, muchas gracias. Mi nombre es Mariela Armendáriz. Yo soy mamá de un niño del 12 grado de John Henry High School. Y soy mamá, perdón, y soy mamá de... Perdón, sí, Miss Flores, siga.
Hello, my name is Mariela Armendariz, and I am a mother of a student in the 12th grade at John Henry High School.
También soy mamá de Galilea Armendariz, que asiste a la escuela de RCA.
And I am also the mother of Galilea Armendariz, who is enrolled at RCA.
Y pues mi comentario yo quería que fuera escuchado por el hecho en que tengo un hijo que ya va a la universidad gracias a estas escuelas.
And I wanted my comment to be heard because I have a son who goes to college and has been a graduate from these schools.
Y a otro que ya este año ya también se va a ir, primero Dios, a la universidad también él.
And another who at the end of the year will hopefully be going to college as well.
Nomás quería yo, me encanta como la señora Flores ha mantenido la high school, que pues desgraciadamente hasta ahorita estamos peleando, pero tenemos fe de que vamos a volver a abrir.
And I love how Ms. Flores has maintained the high school, and it's unfortunate that we're in this situation, but hopefully we can reopen.
También yo quisiera que trabajáramos un poquito en la escuela RCA. Me acuerdo cuando la señora Villa estaba ahí, que fue donde mi hijo el mayor comenzó, que ahorita mi hijo ya va en el 11 grado en la universidad.
And I would also like to say that we need to work a little bit more on RCA. I liked when Ms. Villa was there in charge. That is when my son started at RCA, and he is now in college in the 3rd year.
Quería saber si no es posible que nos pongamos un poquito más, ¿cómo se podría decir? Como más estrictos, como empezó la escuela con lo que es el uniforme en Benito Juárez y en RCA, que yo sé que RCA lo está haciendo bien, pero me gustaría saber por qué la señora Villa no pudiera regresar un poquito a mover la escuela como la teníamos antes.
And I would like to know if it's possible that we are a little bit more strict, just like how it started with the uniform at BJE, and we are doing a better job at RCA, but I would like for Ms. Villa to see if Ms. Villa could come back because she was keeping the school more strict.
También quisiera, pues nomás eso, porque yo sé cuando la señora Villa empezó, eran las escuelas un poquito, no un poquito, eran muy estrictas, y no nomás solamente pienso yo este comentario, también hay un grupo de mamás que piensa lo mismo.
And when Ms. Villa started, the schools were a lot strict, and it's not just me, there's also a group of parents who think the same.
Quisiera saber por qué realmente siempre escuchamos las cosas negativas de papás y no escuchan siempre las cosas positivas de las mamás que en verdad tenemos amor por estas escuelas que es AMETHOD Schools.
And I would like to know why do you always hear the negative from parents when in reality there are positives, and we have parents who have a lot of positive things to say about these schools.
Eso era todo, y pues quisiera que también mi voz se escuchara como mamá que soy y como experiencia buena que he tenido de estas escuelas.
And that is it. I wanted my voice to be heard as a mom that has been here and that has been through these schools and have a positive experience with these schools.
Gracias.
Thank you.
All right, we have 2 more comments. First, I'm going to call on Araceli. Araceli, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Will you'll be speaking in English?
Yeah.
Okay. Whenever you're ready.
Okay. So my name is Araceli Magana. I'm a mother of 3 students. One attends BJE, RCA, and John Henry. I'm really concerned about the schools, especially now that, we hear all this negativity from parents about the school. You know, I had the pleasure to meet Miss Villa. When she was around the school was really like productive on RCA. She was on top of all the students being on uniform. Once Miss Villa was gone, like the school started coming down a little with the uniform. They were so easy on uniforms. And I'm just really worried about it. Like every morning when Ms. Villa was there, she'll be in the corner greeting all students, all parents. She made everybody feel welcome to the school. And if I had an issue, I would always go up to her, and I knew my problem will be solved with Ms. Villa being around. So I'm really like worried about the school because I really do not want my students, my kids, to go to public schools where over here they're getting like, I'm really in love with these schools, and I hope we could really work and get things together. And that's it. Thank you.
Okay, the last comment that I have is from Ms. Gabriela Gutierrez.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. Hi, my name is Gabriela Gutierrez. I am a parent of two students, one at BJE and another at RCA. I've been a parent for years. I just recently started working for the Richmond team. First of all, I wanted to congratulate Ms. Flores and Ms. Forrester, their staff and students for the award they just received. I think it's an amazing award, and just to be named out such a magazine, I think it's amazing. It's sad that there's a lot of people out there that will not see the greatness of that award. I also wanted to mention we are doing this week was our first week doing a food donation. I was very surprised how many calls I got from different parents wanting to help out our other families from AM schools. I've been getting tons of calls, and on yesterday was our first day that we received a lot of donations, a lot of fruits, a lot of vegetables. I am very grateful for the families that are giving out. One of the messages that the majority said is, I want to share with those, the little that I have, I want to share with those that are in need. I'm very happy to say that our families are, as we all know, they care for each other, and we have built that community. I was very shocked that I got after sending out the memo. Ms. Cuellar sent out an email to all the board members questioning other stuff and not thinking or not seeing what was said. This is for our students, this is for our families. I did not send out the message to be attacked by others. Our families are great, and we're here to help them out. I'm just, to be frankly, I'm just tired of the bullshit. I'm sorry, I have to say it. It's a constant attack about our schools. It's a constant attack about our students. Sadly, this attack is not about a school doing good. It's about adults going after adults, and I'm just tired of it. I am so sorry, but I am just tired. Just like me, there's other parents that are tired of it. We're here to fight for our schools. We believe in the system, and we will be here to fight for our schools, for our leaders. I hope that my message is well received. Thank you.
Okay, I have another comment from Ms. Cynthia Hernandez. Cynthia, can you hear me?
Yes. Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, whenever you're ready.
Hi. Okay, yeah. So my name is Cynthia Hernandez, and I just want to speak up and say I hope everyone's doing well. But I understand that there's a lot of people on here who are upset about certain things going on, and
parents speaking up, just like there's the good and there's the bad of every organization and every school. And I feel that we should be able to respect each other. And we aren't on here to have people call out other people. I find that really unprofessional. And I just feel that the board members are taking into consideration and hearing what's going on. And I just feel that we are all here to support, but we're also here to call out when something's not right. And as those parents ask for us to respect them, we ask them to respect us, and especially because they're employees of the school. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Okay, I have no more comments.
We can move to 7.0, I believe.
Yeah, Chair Quiroz, I don't know if you want to move it along.
He's muted. You're muted.
There we go.
Okay.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. You know, I just made an observation, and I'd be remiss if I didn't call it out. One of the items that does not appear is the approval of the minutes of the March 18th meeting. And I'm wondering, is that
7.2, I believe.
You are absolutely correct. I'm kind of getting ahead of myself here. So let's go to business 7.1, the CEO report. Mr. Baca? He needs to be unmuted, Luis.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a lag time when I click it. There you are.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
You can hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good. I have two items I want to talk about is on the CEO report. On March 25th, we filed a timely appeal of West Contra Costa Unified School District's denial of John Henry High School's petition for renewal of its charter. It was filed with the California Department of Education. The hearing is going to take place on July 8th or 9th. Not clear which of those dates it's going to be, but it's going to be one of those two. There are 11 members on the State Board of Education, and John Henry High School will need a majority in order to have the appeal granted. Prior to the hearing in July, there's going to be a hearing held on June 9th by the Advisory Commission on Charter Schools. After the hearing, the Advisory Committee is going to recommend to the to the California Department of Education whether to grant or deny John Henry's High School appeal of its denial. We're going to be making a presentation at that hearing and hope to have the presence of the various parents felt. I don't know how we're going to do that since we all have this distant shelter in place and distant learning, but we'll figure it out. Also, I want to point out that following Governor Gavin Newsom's announcement that schools will remain closed for the rest of the academic year, AMPS has closed its campus for all 6 schools. Even though the campuses are closed, instruction continues through distant learning. AMPS is working to ensure that all students who are entitled to receive a computer for distant learning receive one. AMPS is also working to ensure that all students who need access to the internet have access. Towards this end, AMPS has purchased hotspots to use by those students without internet access. Those are my 2 points that I want to point out as a CEO update. So thank you.
Are there any questions from the board to Mr. Baca regarding his CEO report? Not hearing any, I'd like to now move to item 7.2, the one that I called out earlier thinking that I didn't see it for some reason. And that's the approval of both the February 19th and the March 18th board meeting minutes. Are there any changes or edits that need that the board or staff have noticed on any of those board minutes?
I had sent Luis a couple of edits. Did those get incorporated?
Yes, they did.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you, Luis. Are there any questions regarding the approval of both the February 19th and March 18th minutes? Is there a motion to approve the board minutes of those 2 dates?
I'll move approval.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
That was Board Member Lopez, second.
Correct.
And we'd like to have a roll call vote, please. Mr. Stephan, could you do a roll call vote?
Board Chair Quiroz,
Yes?
Member Hanley,
Yes.
Member Gonzalez,
Yes.
and Member Lopez.
Yes.
Very good. Motion passes to approve board minutes for February 19th and March 18th. Moving to item 7.3, AMPS fiscal year 20 financial updates and fiscal year 21 draft budget presentations. This is an information item. Kelly Ellis with EdTech. Can we unmute her, please? Go ahead, Ms. Ellis.
Hi, if you don't mind, if you could also unmute Barry Owen and Mike Barr in case they have any comments to add.
Okay, Mike is now unmuted. And who was the other one?
Aiden, Barry Owen.
Oh, okay. Very good. Thank you.
Thank you. And then I believe, Louis, nice to meet you. You're going to share the screen, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Awesome. Thank you. Okay. So tonight we are going to be reviewing our monthly forecast update. So right now we've been looking at the March financials through March. We'll talk about, to reintroduce, I'm Kelly, so I work for EdTech, and we are supporting you starting with back office services. And so some of the finance, Aiden helps me out with that, and the AMPS team. And then Mike Barr has been acting a little bit. Mike, would you say, you can introduce yourself? He might still be muted. He has been, since Will Mendoza is on a leave, he's been kind of helping out a few hours a week as a little bit of an interim CFO role. So after the March forecast update, we're going to talk about some COVID-19 updates, especially related to finances. And then we're going to walk through just the very initial look at the budget for 2021. Again, definitely not final at this point, but just to kind of share the landscape and what we're dealing with for next year and kind of the next steps in dealing with that. And then we're going to talk about, unfortunately, it's important for us as finance managers to kind of plan these contingency plans. So what will happen if it doesn't go our way in July? It's obviously very last minute, and so we want to plan that financially, what that looks like for AMPS as an organization. So I will continue on to the first slide about the ADA update. For those that you didn't know, P2 is the period 2, and so that normally runs through the beginning of the school year and through the last month that ends attendance-wise before April 15th, I believe. Because of COVID-19, what they ended up doing is that they just said it's going to be the last month ending attendance period before February 29th. And so they basically shortened the year because almost everyone March, people either weren't sending their kids to school or the schools were closed. So instead of trying to figure all that out, they just said, okay, well, that's the school year for attendance and for funding. And so even looking at that, we still saw that back in January, and that's the last time we presented to the board. And so we're always comparing from the last time we presented and to the current forecast. We saw about a drop in 12 and ADA. The next slide kind of shows the overall trend of how this happened, but basically you can see it's across several of the schools, but you can see month 1 and 2 and 3 and 4, very different from month to month, but basically we were having the assumption that the rest of the year looks similar to month 4 and 5, and then there was this big drop in month 6 and 7. And so that obviously caused even our conservative forecast to be lower than expected. At this point, it said before that our Richmond schools were not final. They just got finalized today. It's very similar to what we have in there. I think it's going to be about 1 ADA less than what we have in the. And so the purple line, to tell you, is kind of what we're currently forecasting, which is lower than what we had in the January forecast. That's that 11 ADA drop we were talking about. And the monthly ADA shows you the changes from month to month. Feel free to stop us with questions as we go. But otherwise, I think we can move on to the next slide.
Kelly, what caused that sudden drop? Do we have an idea?
Great question. I am still not sure on my end why. We just kind of got this information, but I don't know if the school can speak more to. I honestly thought it was a mistake because it feels like a very sudden drop, and I don't feel like. But I don't want to say mistake, but I'm not sure if there's been. If anyone else, Nick or Avelia, David, you want to add to kind of what you've seen happen in your schools in like January and February, basically. Obviously, I'm assuming part of it is going to be from the John Henry, but it didn't feel like it was just a John Henry issue. It was kind of across multiple sites.
Ms. Ellis, this is Edgar. Could that month 6, does that correspond to the month of February?
I don't know the exact dates. They differ. It's really weird. It differs the different days. And so sometimes a month is like 20 days, sometimes it's 15 days. But I'm guessing February 29th. So it was whatever attendance ended before that. And it's different for Oakland and it's different for Richmond. And so it probably was like somewhere in mid-February. So month 7 is definitely like the first half of February. And then month 6 is some of January. And so that could be partially, part of it could be because people were already keeping kids home. Part of it might have been John Henry, but I'm guessing here, like I don't know enough to understand.
Yeah. This is Avelia Villa, Chief Operating Officer. We did have some students leave after the denial of West Contra Costa Unified to John Henry. We did have some kids exit Richmond Charter. So we did see a fallout there regarding enrollment.
Yep, because you do see, 3, it's BJE and it's RCA, a little bit of OCA. So I know at OCA what had happened was we had increased the forecast because when the other EPIC, was it called?
Yeah, EPIC.
When EPIC closed, they got a bunch of students, and so we increased the forecast. So I don't know if you've seen some of that increase. Those students found it wasn't the right home for them, and they moved away, if possible, because that's the other school I see dropping. OCHS also went down a couple of students.
So, 39. That's basically about 39 students there in a month. That's quite a number. That's quite a number, and January seems like an odd time to lose 39 students.
There's students still, Peter, that have left from Richmond Charter Academy to other schools. I've been in touch with those principals, and they have those kids right now. I don't think parents were very, they didn't feel very good about not knowing where their kids were going to go for 9th grade, so they figured to pull 8th graders out.
No, okay.
And what Kelly mentioned about Oakland Charter Academy, we saw, I'm not surprised specifically because of the influx of students from EPIC. Right after those students came, within weeks, sizable portion of those students left to go to other schools. And, it could make sense that after the holiday breaks too, that they're leaving as well. Our programs, our program is not a whole lot like their program. So right away, I think they were really, really struck with just what the expectations were.
Okay.
Not all of them left, of course. We still have a large number still around, but I think it might be safe to say about half left.
Okay.
Yeah.
And just for planning, this is Mike Barr. Hopefully you guys can hear me now. Hello, everybody.
Hey, Mike.
Peter, nice to see you again. Edgar, nice to meet you. Other board members, nice to meet you. The previous slide, Kelly showed a drop of about 12 kids since the prior forecast. As a mental calculation, you can assume about 10 grand per kid. So we're going to see about 120 grand less in revenue for that. That's always a placeholder I like to use, makes it easy to remember. So I'll turn it back to Kelly.
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, and I think we'll notice later, but I think we definitely we'll need to think about that for next year and feel like, are we able to get those kids back? Because I think right now we're kind of thinking we are, and that will be obviously. Okay, that will be next. So next. Okay, so this is showing you, it's a little bit confusing slide. I think most of you have seen it by this point, but on the left-hand side, I'd like to use my hands and I can't, is the previous forecast. And so in January, we're projecting about 150K surplus. And now all the way to the right bar, you can see that we're actually projecting, 112K decrease or deficit for the current fiscal year. And so this is including kind of the February and March changes. There were, as usual, quite a few changes across the different numbers. So I'm just kind of going to highlight the big changes that have happened since then. On the positive side, you can see this other revenue number, the 279K. Close to 200K of that is because we were able to adjust our facilities grant numbers for this year and really capitalize and maximize on the full grant piece, which you haven't been doing for the last year. And so they were able to include more rent for the year. And so conservatively, we weren't including it. Now that kind of the CSFA has given us the go-ahead that they're willing to include those revenues for the second floor, even though the students aren't there, we've included the rents for that. And so that increased your revenues. It's not quite the whole amount because we've also heard from CSFA, which is a charter school finance authority. I think I said that right.
Yep.
That they are only going to give us 95% of what they said that they were going to give for this year. So that's another one of those COVID-19. We're starting to hear what's happening. A lot of it's only affecting next year, but there's little things that will affect this year. The other kind of bigger piece in there is that we're receiving some funding from the state to cover cleaning supplies. It's a little, but it's about 35K. And so that's now been factored in that can support all these COVID-19 things that you've had to change. Then in addition, the staff has looked at now that distance learning is happening and now that we kind of have a pretty tight budget, any of the open teacher positions for this year that you were still trying to kind of to fill, like we've actually completely taken them out for the most part. And so that was some savings we were holding in case we found those right spots for the teachers. Benefit savings, we were being a little bit conservative here. We kind of knew we had a little bit of a cushion, but at this point it felt like, okay, we feel pretty comfortable that we're going to have those savings. And so we're going to see it's mostly in health and welfare. I won't say savings, but we probably had a little bit of cushions in the beginning of the budget. The ADA drop, this is pretty close to that number Mike just spoke to, but that's about 130K loss due to those 12 ADA and students. So a little over 10K per student. Balance sheet write-offs, this is something I've kind of been mentioning every meeting that it's going to happen, and it luckily wasn't as, I think we've been doing some of it in the beginning of the year, and then I kind of did this big, huge cleanup. And so this is basically stuff that you had on the balance sheet that either you said you were going to receive or you said you need to pay from previous years. And now, after going through it for months and kind of getting feedback, I've kind of determined like you're not actually going to receive this money until it's time for us to write it off. Luckily, the hit wasn't as bad because some of the stuff we've been super conservative from prior years in payables that we kind of knew we were going to have to pay. We're keeping it on there to be safe. Felt comfortable enough to write those off, and so it was about $134K hit to the budget. Other expenses, about 181K better, and this goes across multiple lines. So because of all these changes, right, and kids are working at home, there's going to be less travel, there's going to be less professional development and conferences and all of that, plus some utility savings. So it's various line items. We see that savings there. And then 454K, an unfortunate hit was that there is a federal grant, the G5 expansion grant, that had been included in here, that after some research and working with Avelia and a few others and talking to the federal government and stuff, it does not look like you're eligible to receive any more for that grant. So that was that like $5 million grant from years, maybe 3 or 4 years ago, for expanding to other sites, but based on also expanding enrollment and some of your home site purchases. The understanding was that you would receive that money this year to cover some employees, and now it's been found that that is not true. So we're at 112K loss. Any questions? Okay. Otherwise, next slide.
I'd just like to offer some quick commentary on this for the edification of the board. And Nick and Vila, I don't want to overstep my bounds here, but one of the things I put together when I came on board was to work with Kelly to get copies of sort of all the forecasts throughout the year. And there have been some wild swings. When you look at starting with the budget that was approved for this year, there was a time in September where there was a massive loss projected, then it got better and it got better. We need to narrow the amount by which that swings, and we need to do that by tightening down some of our internal processes around forecasting so that we stay within a narrow band. Kelly and Aiden have done a great job of cleaning a lot of this stuff up. Some historical things that got cleared off the balance sheet to make them more accurate. We are continuing to improve it. The way I like to phrase it is this is better than last time, but not as good as next time. So we're going to continue to tighten this stuff down. And I'm talking about process, not necessarily the results, but we need to tighten it down so the board isn't seeing wide swings in the numbers. And just by way of background, I actually serve on a couple charter school boards, so I've sat on the other side of it as well. So know that I remain committed to working with Kelly and the team and the finance team at AMS as I continue to help them out through some of these things. So just wanted to offer that.
Yes, we're very excited to have Mike helping. Okay. Next slide. So this is pretty similar. I think I've been kind of yelling like cash, like issues. You can see, remember September was almost $0 in cash at the end of the month. Luckily, as of now, we're in a pretty good cash position for the rest of the year. I think there's, we're in a good cash position for the rest of the year. We're hearing about a possible sounding like June deferral. What June deferral would mean is basically the June apportionment from the state would not be given to us until a month later. We already get it the month later. And so the June apportionment, we already get into July. And so that might be just pushed back a few days depending on processing, or it might be longer than that, but that's not necessarily going to affect like the current fiscal year that you're seeing here. The other big, but I will say that I need to look closer, and we're planning to look closer at next year's cash flow, and we're just gathering the information of what it's going to look like, and we'll share a little bit more about that. And that's kind of where we're going to see the issues again, because the way the state and everyone pays us, this kind of like low in the fall trend that you're seeing, and in January until we were kind of paid, I think SB 740 payments came through, that is not going away. The big thing, and I'll probably let Mike speak to this here, is that we've submitted the PPP app loan, or he submitted the PPP loan, which is the Paycheck Protection Plan. Yes, did I say that wrong?
No, that's right.
I've just been saying PPP, I realized it. And this could be a huge win for us if it comes through, and we're still waiting. So do you want to just add to that?
Yeah, this is part of the Federal CARES Act that was passed a couple weeks ago. There was one of the fastest rollouts of a federal program probably in history, and it's intended to help small businesses keep jobs, keep people employed. And a certain amount of allocation was given to each of the major financial institutions as well as the smaller financial institutions. Bottom line is we were eligible to ask for a loan. The number actually came in about 2.7 million. We applied for a loan through Bank of America. It was a little choppy. They had a misunderstanding about some of how data ought to flow. So I spent a lot of time working on that. So here's what we know now is that the first tranche of funds under the payroll protection program was about $350 million. Those funds are all spoken for. However, I believe that we are still I know we are still in the queue with Bank of America, so I believe we are still eligible under that first queue. On Monday of this week, Congress passed the second tranche of it, which is, if I'm getting the numbers right, about another $250 million. So if for some reason we don't get in the first tranche, I think we are highly likely to get the second tranche. We've learned today that charter schools are eligible, and many charter schools have received the loans. We were concerned about that at one point, that we were not eligible. Basically, the way the loan works is you get the proceeds, and then as long as you keep staffing consistent for an 8-week period that basically ramps into the middle of June, the loan will be forgiven. The details around that are still being ironed out, but basically it's money that would go into our coffers. We already were planning to pay salaries and rent and everything else from the dollars we already knew we were going to get. So this would be a pretty massive impact in terms of our ability to build reserves and weather, downturns in revenue as we start to build next year's budget. So hope to know more soon. Happy to answer any questions on that. I've been on countless webinars about this program and can answer any questions the board members have.
Yeah, the only thing I'll add is just that, sorry, I was going to say, so we are starting to see charters approved. I have not seen any through Bank of America, and so I think maybe they had such big volume that it was actually ended up being easier to go through kind of those small banks. So like the small Central Valley banks and other banks like Mechanics and First Republic are actually getting through, I won't say more applications, but they have less applications, and we've had that bank, it's going through faster. But we haven't seen any pushback, and charters are getting them.
So Mike, is it your understanding that it would be for keeping people basically on the payroll, in our case, through this academic year?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And it's your understanding we would not have to submit a new application for this new round of funding?
That's my understanding, Peter. I will tell you that B of A has been very difficult to work with, and they haven't been that well informed. That's my understanding based on what we know. I know because of where we are with B of A, we can't at this point submit a second one.
Yeah.
Yeah,
okay.
I haven't, every other bank or school that I have that hasn't gotten approved yet, they've said similar. They're like, don't worry, your application is done, you're in line, we're just waiting for more money. It's nothing about like, now you need to resubmit. I think we also wanted to flag, I don't know exactly what your fiscal policies say, but most likely, even best practice wise, would be to hold a special board meeting once that came through and to approve the loan. I would see absolutely no reason for you not to.
Yeah, let me just add on that. The one organization I work with that did receive a loan, they actually got loan documents on Monday, and they were told they had 10 days to respond. So they actually had a board meeting coming out this week, so they didn't have to schedule anything. But you will need to take a look at the bylaws and see, whether Nick's empowered to sign the loan docs or not, or whether it requires a special resolution. There was a lack of clarity about that. But just a heads up, if we get loan docs tomorrow, we would probably have 10 days to respond.
Okay.
Yeah, so pretty exciting. Especially it's forgiven. I will hopefully just see it as kind of, helping weather next year for the most part. Any other questions on that?
Some of the local schools, charter schools at least, going through Bank of America like we are, having the same issues, or?
Similar. So I don't know the exact. I don't have any charter schools I work with, but others at EdTech have gone through Bank of America, and we have kind of just a lot of conversations about this on a big spreadsheet. So that was just my spying to figure out that all the Bank of America ones are getting like the same but similar messages, kind of like your application is good, it's through the process, we're just waiting for either more money or this. But it feels like it's a similar, it's not a, there's nothing particular to the method that's holding it up. I think it's just like a volume and a problem of they're being a little bit more strict too than kind of the smaller banks in terms of like what matches what, and other banks are more pushing it through. But that's just my.
So Kelly, would you say that it's safe to say that no news right now is good news, meaning that Bank of America has not declined the application? Have you heard of any other schools that have been flat out already denied and they're not going to be able to take advantage of the second go around?
We heard at the beginning schools were getting denied, and that's when we already thought as honestly charters weren't eligible, and then we found like everyone was pushing, and so I was really surprised to find out that they were. And so a couple of the banks, mostly in LA, that have a lot of charters, were sending messages like charters aren't eligible. I'm not sure if they ended up like resubmitting or officially, like I still need to check in about that because mostly are LA schools. Using it first. Thank you. Dinner. Sorry. They so I think it's a little bit I hope that it's sounding like that those charters will push back and that it's just like all of them, because there's no reason one charter should get it over the other. You just have to check a box that says you believe in economic uncertainty for your organization, and that's really easy to prove right now and say that even though we're kind of getting funded for this year, you're not getting food service sales, you're not getting any fundraising, like there's so many different like scary things going on that it's not like there was any sort of fraud or anything that had to be, like everyone can kind of prove, and that's why you're seeing like Shake Shack and all these other companies are getting it.
Yeah, I will just add one final thought. If any of the answers you've heard from Kelly or myself seem vague and unsure, it's because literally this program is, the parts have been moving so fast, even the people running the programs are unclear. It's the latest and greatest. We've done everything we can. I'd like to, because it's being recorded, publicly thank Jenny Kwan, our accounting manager, for her great work remotely to help get some of the documents prepared to get over to the bank. And so we will keep you posted. We can't spend the money yet, I am confident, but we can't bank on it. We will certainly let you know as soon as we know something.
Exactly. And I was the very last piece is, even if we get the loan, I think we need to wait until the forgiven part kind of gets ironed out to see if we'll get forgiven for anything. That's one other piece besides just getting us accepted. But it's still worth it, I think, just to have that cash flow and that loan for a couple of years. If it's very low interest, it's like 1%.
Okay.
Okay, moving on, because I'll be here forever. But okay, so this is a little bit just diving into the next slide, the COVID-19 updates. Most of this you already know because we're on the Brown Act and this has already happened by now, is that you don't have to follow all the same rules for the board meetings. If you have essential staff, they're allowed on site. Timeline extension, I think at this point almost all of these have been canceled for the year. But there is a lot of, either they're extended or they're all being canceled, and most likely the dashboard at this point is being canceled for this year. Most likely also the LCAP. New news that I don't even have in this slide because it happened, or I only found out yesterday, is that the LCAP, the Local Control Accountability Plan, they're pushing back, and the due date most likely is going to be December 15th. And it's going to be kind of a trimmed down, slimmed LCAP for the year. But we're still waiting for the official executive order from Governor Newsom on that. Public lottery, I think you guys already held all of this, but if you need to hold it again for some reason, I don't know exactly how this is going to all work, honestly, but it just needs to be live streamed and recorded. And the one-time funding available for the PPE equipment, cleaning supplies, and labor, that was what I was already speaking to. That was like the $35K that we've already included in the budget for this year. So that was all based on the executive order. That was kind of the state stuff. Now we're talking about the CARES Act. CARES is the Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Security Act. And so this is what we were talking about. That was that $2 trillion at first, is that right? Something like that. And so that's what got us all these programs from the Fed to help out. And so the other one I kind of want to point out that we didn't talk about is that they allocated $13 billion for kindergarten through 12th grade. And so the way that they're basing this is based off your Title I funding. Since you guys are a pretty high funded FRL school, free and reduced lunch, that is pretty significant for you next year. We are now forecasting it as about 72% of your Title I funds for the current fiscal year. We're hoping it's a little bit more, but that is kind of the conservative, we hope, approach to it. That money should be coming in the next couple of months, and it's going to be about $475,000, I said, but it's in the next slide. So almost $500,000, and it should be fairly open-ended about how you can spend that. The next slide is about the current rocky landscape, and so this kind of explain why you're going to see me coming the next couple months and like keep changing the information I'm giving you and tell you that I don't know what's happening, even though I'm trying my best to understand what's happening. So obviously we don't know how long this is going to last. We don't know when exactly the CARES Act revenue is going to come. They've told us pretty soon, but we haven't seen anything yet. The other big factor is that the state is heavily reliant on tax income. And so obviously there's a lot of people not working right now, which is hurting us pretty bad. So what we're seeing that they're going to do is in June, when they would normally pass a budget that stays like pretty strong or pretty confident the next year what those numbers are, they're going to pass like a workload budget, which is basically just like a formality so that they can get a budget passed. And then when the tax deadline, which most of you probably heard has been extended to July 15th, that's when they're going to get a lot more data and better information. They're going to be back hopefully working and figuring all this out. And we're thinking in August, hopefully they're going to have a revision of the budget. And so we're going to have a much better idea of what the year is going to look like. But it could be that they're doing that August and again in October. And so probably advise that at that point you revise your budget on a more formal basis then when we know more information. Okay.
So Kelly, you know, I had a chance to sit in a briefing today with Kevin Mullen, who's the Speaker Pro Tem. I mean, he happens to be my Assembly member, but he's also the Speaker Pro Tem of the Assembly. And Kevin's view of the budget is really dim. You know, he says, you know, all of the reserve fund that, you know, we built up over the Brown years and the first year of the Newsom, that's all gone. So we're looking at like a $35 billion hole this year, $85 billion in coming the next few years. So, you know, that's 2009, 2010, 2011 all over again. So, you know, what we're looking, and, you know, what he sees is the chance that the feds will funnel some money to us, probably. But Newsom's priority is not education, it's healthcare. And so what, you know, the way this probably plays out is we get constitutional minimums for the next couple of years. And that's going to mean LCFF cuts coming up, and we're back to deferrals probably. You know, for those of us that have been around for a long time, you know, we remember those, you know, deferrals of payments, and you know, I think that's what we need to start looking at in terms of cash flows and budgeting, that you know, what's going to happen in August when they come back is when we're going to get a real budget, and that's when we're going to get clobbered, and we're going to get cuts, and we're going to get deferrals, and I think we're going to have to look at the fact that it's going to be really ugly. Because education is not a priority, and we're just going to get what the Constitution says we have to get, and you're going to get into the tests. You're going to get into the test levels of the propositions, and I think it's going to get ugly.
Yeah, go ahead. I mean, I think you'll see on the next couple of slides, but yeah, I mean, I think you're pretty right. I don't think we know a lot, but it's definitely not good, and we're trying to just prepare for that as best as we possibly can now.
Yeah, let me offer a couple thoughts on that, Peter. Absolutely right. The years that we've gotten spoiled the last few years, and the last few years the process has been the governor releases a preliminary budget in January. That's got a certain amount of pupil funding. There's a bunch of discussion, negotiation. A revised budget comes out in May. The numbers have moved a little bit. And then in the final budget in June, numbers maybe move a little bit, but it's always been pretty predictable the last few years as we've ramped up the funding of local control funding formula. We are now hearing, and literally, Peter, in the last 4 days, I have heard everything from we're going to get COLA of 2.29% to it's going to LCFF funding will be flat to it's going to be down 5% to it's going to be down 10%. So there's what we've currently modeled, and Kelly did this in a couple minutes, is a 5% cut in LCFF funding. So the reality is we're not going to know. We're going to build a budget. But we need to get the board aligned on what level of budget to build and then what contingency plans to put in place. Peter, when you and I knew each other before was the years you just referred to, when I was CFO at Aspire Public Schools, and our motto was we wanted to stay one step ahead of what the state was going to do to us. So if they said it's going to get cut 5%, we built a budget that cut it 8%. And unfortunately, we were right many times. So we've got to take a similar approach here and be incredibly conservative. And the math is complicated. The math gets a heck of a lot easier with the PPP funds in place. So that I can't overstress the magnitude of that. But we've got to build budgets assuming we don't get that. At least as we head out the gate on our budgeting journey together.
Yeah. Well, I think you're right, Mike, and I just think we've got to be really conservative.
Yep.
Yep. So I think that leads us right to the next slide. I think the next slide. So what we're talking about here is kind of that multi-track budgeting. We are following it the best we can at EdTech and trying to understand what is going to happen. But again, it's changing. And so we believe that at least in January, the governor said we're going to get a 2% increase in LCFF funding. Nothing has officially changed, but we're saying you should probably use at least a decrease of 5% in LCFF, local control funding formula, as your base case. So the base case, we mean like, this is a really good chance it's going to happen something like this. But as Mike spoke to, best chance scenario, I think at this point, is flat COLA. That is like we would love to see that at this point. Worst case we're hearing is still like a 10% decrease. I don't really know. I just heard that like a day or so again, but I haven't read behind it. And so I'm hoping maybe the 5% is good, but we need to plan for both. And so that means that like we have to have a plan for this happens. And then what if we find out in September that it's actually 10%? We need to have another round of things that can go through or changes that we can make to make the budget look better. And then if things are better, great. You can probably hire a couple more people or do whatever it is, the different shifts, but it's going to be a different way of looking at the budget.
Yeah, two high level things, Kelly. If I can just so just for the board's mental math, every 1% drop in LCFF translates to about $200,000 in state revenue. So 5% is about $1 million impact. Another 5% on top of that would be another $1 million. Just all other things being equal. So just kind of keep that in your head that 1% equals about $200,000 based on our size. And then what Kelly referred to is that when we bring the full budget package to the board for approval in June. I'm a firm believer that you don't just bring a set of numbers, you bring a contingency plan as well. So you say, this is the budget we're asking for your approval, and as part of the budgeting process, we will bring a list of things that we will cut if we need to. And it's usually sort of the, to get the budget to balance, you got to make some decisions, and there's things that you agree to keep into the approved budget. The list of things that were sort of the last ones to get included are the first things on the contingency list. I find it's best to build that list in June, and then if you have to react to it in October, you're not starting from scratch, you're not being reactive, you at least have a starting point for the conversation. And similarly, I don't think this is going to be applicable here, but I also like to bring forward a budget that's got what will we invest in if we get good news. I don't think we're going to spend a lot of time on that this year, at least out of the gate, just based on the economic outlook. Just doesn't look like it's going to support that.
And so the cash position, again, this is going to be huge for you guys. You almost hit 0 in September. A lot of this we're waiting to find out about. I wouldn't say waiting, but like I think the PPP, that news will be, as Mike used the word, a game changer. And so once, based on the next draft, we need to start putting in some plans for receivable sales or whatever it might be to get you through this period, because we are already hearing about deferrals. And I will talk about that a little bit in the next slide about what that means and what it used to look like. And so I recommend that you continue to explore line of credit, working capital, receivable sales, like what ways you can kind of make it through if you absolutely need to, and the state starts deferring payments. So what that looks like, next slide. Back in 2010-11, what they did was deferrals. So the state basically works on a cash accounting system. And so we don't work on the same system. So their numbers depend on how much cash they spent that year. And also back in 2010 and 11, they didn't have as much cash. So we are in a better position now, but I think we're probably going to find ourselves in a worse crisis. But again, I didn't work in this field, so I'm not really sure what it looked like back then. But this is showing you what the gray is, kind of what the standard flow would look like if the state was dispersing its money from month to month. And so you can see it's just like 5%, and then 5-5-9 schedule, they call it. And so they give you 5%, and then another 5%, and they give you 9% every month for the rest of the year. And so what they ended up doing is they would send out IOUs. And so there was 5 months of those years where they said, like, yeah, we don't really have the money to pay you. And so we're going to hold that, and we're going to pay you in August instead, and we're going to give it to you in September instead. And then at the end of the year, even though we have the cash, we actually need our books to look better or worse, and so we're going to hold that payment and not give it to you. That's kind of all. We're hearing those are going to happen again, like I said, starting with the June payment, and then probably most likely when it happens more is in the spring.
Yeah, so that's going to require us to do a lot deeper dive into cash flow. Kelly and I have already started that process. The one thing I will point out, the slide that we're showing here, this happened at a time when the economy was bad, but tax returns were not delayed. Okay, we are now in a situation where the economy is bad and tax returns have been delayed by 3 months. So that's going to do something to the standard schedule. We don't have insight into what, but we're continuing to monitor.
Okay. Next slide, unless. All right, we're to the budget, draft version 1. So this is the slide that I had from the last board meeting, but we just changed the last word in June to say initial state budget is passed. Working budget, I guess, is the actual name. And so right now we're kind of to the April where we're sharing, the first April where we're sharing the kind of first draft, and then our plan would be to come back in May to share another draft. At this point, I would think June is when the board is going to actually approve it. Again, with contingency planning, because June will be the initial state budget, but we really won't know, could have added on more months, like until August, September, what it's going to look like. So next slide just shows the initial assumptions here. I want the total enrollment. So it does increase from again, this is like it's hard to get you can see the volatility from month to month. And so that's obviously changing like enrollment and attendance numbers. And so this is a little bit like the average for the year. But this does have like an 8% increase, which at this point might be a little optimistic. So we need to go back and look at that and say, like, is that really plausible? Can you get some of those numbers back from what you lost in months 6 and 7? Average attendance, we're assuming pretty similar attendance rate from this. And then unduplicated percentage, it's a tiny bit higher, but again, this is very little affected because you're capped by a lot of it. Oakland and Richmond have lower rates than this, but we will make sure it actually has the same one. Next slide. So I'm just going to talk through the major revenue assumptions. LCFF, we talked about this, so that's instead of the 2% increase the governor in January, we're forecasting a 5% decrease in LCFF revenues, which besides the $200,000 per percentage, it's about $10,880 per ADA, and it drops it down to 10,200 ADA. So ever since I worked at EdTech, we've only seen these numbers go up. Now we're finally seeing it probably go down. And this is about $1 million loss, I think, for this, a little over $1 million for the school. More than that. The CARES revenue, so this is what I was talking about, that additional federal revenue, we're expecting around $475,000. We wanted to flag that you had this CSI grant for the current fiscal year that you will not get for the next year. That was full. The other thing we're starting to hear is I talked about SB 740, that's your facilities grant. And so that money is huge for you guys because that's what's helping you pay for a lot of the rents at your different sites. And we're hearing that there will be decreases to the amount. And so they've already forecasted a pro rate of 95%. So basically your max ADA times 1184. I won't go into the details, but it's going to be, we're forecasting it's going to be about 85% next year. So you're actually seeing a drop even though your rents are going up and your attendance is going up. This one, the local revenue and grants, I want to flag as hopefully a win that we can add more to the budget here. We decreased it because we weren't 100% confident yet that those were revenues we would definitely get next year. And so we only included the ones we were pretty confident about. But I need to find out more about E-rate and some of the other ones to make sure that you can count on those revenues next year before I include them. So that was about a $1.3 million loss overall in revenues. And then on the expense side, comp and benefits. There's a lot of different things happening here. I already talked about taking out a lot of the open positions. Overall, comp and benefits goes up, but just very, very, very slightly from year to year. And we are including a 2%. We still have a 2% increase for all the staff in there. ELD curriculum, there is a hope to spend about $20K per site on new ELD curriculum. So we've included that in the budget for next year. That was on the budget this year. And then we just wanted to flag that you might see, it looks like a huge jump in a lot of the different line items for like travel and substitutes and utilities, but that's really because of COVID-19, we're forecasting savings. Again, now I'm hearing there's going to be distance learning next fall, like there could be more savings here. I think there's still a lot unknown, but we're assuming like a full schedule of all of that for next year. And then rent, we're assuming a 3% growth, which I know a couple of your leases are under negotiation, or sorry, they're being renewed, and so there could be some changes there. And then custodians, they've been moved to the payroll, so just to flag that that's why there's a big drop in custodians. And then in prior year write-offs, so what that is basically, there was almost $500,000 this year of revenues that were from the previous year that were not accounted for. And so we had to account for them in this fiscal year. And so that means like utility bills and all these different items, if they weren't included in last year's final budget in the audit and they come through, we have to count them in this year. And so we're really hoping that we're able to capture all of those this year as we normally would do. And we wouldn't see that next year. So that was a positive $106K to the expenses. And now,
Kelly, before you go to the next slide, just to anchor the board on what we're showing you today, we're showing you a budget that assumes the renewal of John Henry High School. We are showing you a budget that has been really built at the high level by Ms. Villa, Mr. Vaca, myself, and the EdTech team. There's a lot more to be done. We have not yet worked with the site directors. We had a really good starting point for the next school year because a lot of the work that EdTech had already done and the staff had done as part of the bond, the multi-year projection for that. So that's our starting point. Just want to anchor that's what this represents at this point.
Yeah, so, that's a great point, is that this is more to do our best guess of like how things look now with the changes and figure out where we need to go. without kind of going site by site leader and really figuring out exactly what they need. It's just a lot more just what happens. We kind of do what we do here with the big factors we know about.
We will do that next. We just wanted to anchor. This is part 1 of our journey together.
Feels like part 12, but okay, next slide. And so you can see why he's still calling it part 1, is that looking at all that information and comparing it and looking at the actual projected budget, we still have the first column is 1920 and the second column is 2021. The variance column calls out most of those things I just talked about, the big factors that are changing. And under operating income, we have a $1.5 million loss still, which I don't make the rules, but I would not recommend that we go into the year without a balanced budget. So at least I would hope that we can get that number to balanced and then have a contingency plan of what's going to happen. Because even though we have a pretty strong-ish fund balance, just remember a lot of that fund balance is really based off just the tenant improvements you have and stuff that's not real like cash assets that we can use to weather us through this year. Oh, the other thing I highlight at the bottom, I just want to flag that I'm anticipating that there will be about $600K adjustment to your beginning fund balance for this year when we complete the audit that we can build in based on that you still need to pay back about 450 or so K on Prop 39 energy grant payments. And so those were 2 projects that we're not able to complete for the school, but we have not been required to send the money back yet. And so but they haven't been reflected in the books yet as well. And then the other piece is about 228K in bonuses and stipends that were given out in July and August that were really from the previous fiscal year. And so I've talked to the auditor about how we should capture that. And the thought is it probably makes more sense to adjust the beginning fund balance because of the significant number. And so that will change last year's numbers. Does that make any questions about that? I know it was a lot, especially if you're not looking at this all the time. I think the big kind of piece is, the 1.5 million. Our next steps are kind of to figure out how we can find that, and we'll talk about that process on the next slide. Yeah. Just kidding, we'll talk about that at the very end. There's one more. So before we talk about that, we wanted to look at what happens in the very worst case scenario, and I really hope that doesn't happen, especially after going to that county meeting, is that what happens if John Henry doesn't get renewed in July. We have to factor in that right now we're assuming that we're going to receive John Henry. We'd have to cancel out any of the revenues that we're planning to receive next year for John Henry. If we still have to pay expenses because we're not going to know until July, and you still have a lease for that building. And so common area maintenance fees and rent it's really expensive for that site. And again, there's hopefully a plan, but
Yeah, I will just share, Kelly. We when the numbers she's going to show you in a moment show the impact of without John Henry, and we basically assumed a worst case scenario for what. So if the school does not operate next year, we assumed the worst case scenario in terms of what we would have to pay for. We assumed pay full rent, pay full insurance, pay full CAM fees, full utilities. We know that's a little bit conservative, but that's one of the things that we wanted. We wanted to include a conservative number for purposes of this first view of the budget. And the total that she'll get to in a moment, but it's about 1.7 million in expenses for John Henry. If we just had to pay just those things I've just listed.
Yeah. So the next slide I think shows that about. So you can see on the left-hand side is if you just go down to the operating income, we had the $1.5 million loss we were projecting for next year. We would add about a $1.2 million loss think it's not quite the 1.7 because we would also
Yeah, let me.
revenues from the home office site.
Well, actually, so if I can just anchor for a second, the first column here that shows the operating income, $1.5 million loss, that reflects a loss based on current projections of $500,000 for John Henry itself. So if you just took John Henry out of that, your loss would improve to only $1 million, and then you would add $1.7 million back of John Henry expenses to get the $2.7 million in the second column. I hope that makes sense. We tried to lay it out in a digestible way.
I did it, and you had to explain it to me twice, so fair to say it's a little confusing. Yes, and so that would mean finding, worst case scenario is how do we make up that $2.7 million as of now with a lot of unknowns. So that brings us to the next slide, I forgot was before, of kind of what's next in our outlook. So just wanted, the good news and accomplishments are we have a draft done and we kind of know where we are, and so that's an important starting point. PPP application's been submitted, and that will be a huge help cash flow wise if that gets approved. Next steps is I know the AMPS team is looking into negotiating lowered lease and camp fees across hopefully all of the sites. I mean, that's happening a lot right now. People can't, schools and businesses can't afford rent. So can we get it dropped? Can we get it reduced? Like, what can we do to lower those fees next year? Looking at staffing and other expenses just to see what savings can be found, and looking for any other ways that we can increase revenues. So the plan is to look at all those things, start to kind of formulate what's real, what's not, and then to hopefully come back next month and present a balanced second draft of the budget where we find that. And then I'm sure we'll have some new information on COVID-19 and how that's going to affect next year and this year. So we'll share those updates and continue to build out the contingency plans. More questions? Edgar, it's muted. I see your hand.
I'm sorry, Kelly. No, I didn't necessarily have a question. I want to thank you and Mike for all the work that went into this. We still got a lot of work ahead of us, though.
Yeah, I think and Aiden too. He does a lot of the behind the scenes work. So thank you, Aiden.
Thank you, Aiden.
And AMS team, of course, for many calls.
Are there any other questions from the board? If not, then I'd like to move into the next item. Thank you all for providing this information.
Edgar, before you move on, I just want to point out that there's some public comments, if you'd like to call them.
Public comments on the budget?
I'm not entirely sure.
Item number 7?
I saw some hands raised as Kelly's presentation was going on.
Okay. Can we find out what the comments are on?
I can't communicate with those.
They should be only on this item.
That's right.
And I think the board knows this, but just a reminder, we are to listen to public comment and not interact in Q&A, regardless of the matter. Sorry if I'm overstepping my bounds there.
No, it's a friendly reminder, Mike.
I just got Brown Act training again last week, Edgar, so I'm current.
Got it. Go ahead, Luis, and start the public comments. Please.
First, I'd like to call Elizabeth. Elizabeth, can you hear us?
Can we clear the screen of the EdTech deck?
Oh, sorry, yes.
That's okay. Oh, very good. Thank you.
Elizabeth, can you hear me?
Luis, Luis,
Yes.
before we go on, I'd like a point of clarification. Item 5.0 says 6.20, general public comment is 2 minutes per speaker. Is that what we're giving?
The clock was slated for 3.
But the notice says it's 2 minutes.
That
Should be 2.
I'll adjust that.
Yeah.
Elizabeth, I haven't heard from you. I think you were on mute earlier. Can you hear us?
Let's come back to her, Luis. Let's have the next person.
I saw Dawn's hand go up. Dawn, are you there? Mr. Gosney? Okay, I'll mute him.
Okay, Luis, let's go to the next one, please.
And I have Ms. Cuellar.
Ok. Necesito traducción, por favor, interpretación de Miss Flores, si está disponible. Gracias.
Ms. Flores, are you there?
Sí, estoy lista.
Gracias.
Okay.
Gracias, Miss Flores, le agradezco.
Excuse me.
Cuellar, 1 second. Let me just adjust.
You got to put it 4 minutes on.
Yes.
Pero en la agenda decía 3 minutos.
No, la gente dice 2 minutos, pero le dimos 3 la última vez.
Bueno, a mí lo que bueno, no vamos a discutir sobre eso, pero en el correo que me mandó el señor Romo decía 3 minutos. Deme 2 minutos y vamos con esto ahorita.
Okay, cuando esté lista.
But Mr. Romo told me in the email 3 minutes. But anyways, vámonos. Let's go.
Whenever you're ready.
Okay. Otra vez, mi nombre es Mariela Cuellar, soy mamá de Benito Juárez. Quiero agradecer por la presentación de la señora Kelly Ellis. Me gustaría sugerir que si por favor siempre pongan la presentación en el monitor, porque no se veía. Al principio sí lo puso, pero ya después al final casi toda la presentación no se vio.
Hi, my name is Mariela Cuellar. Once again, I am a parent of a student at BJE. I want to first thank Ms. Kelly Ellis for the presentation. And I want to suggest that the presentation is always on the monitor. At first it was, but then towards the end of the presentation, I could not see it on the monitor.
Cuando hablamos del presupuesto de las AMETHODs, obviamente, como siempre he dicho, es mucha información, son muchos números, pero lo más importante para mí es que los papás sepamos con qué dinero se están corriendo las escuelas.
When we speak about the budget for AMETHOD public schools, I have always said there's a lot of information, too many numbers, but what is important to me is that parents are informed regarding our budget, the budget for AMETHOD.
Quiero felicitarlos porque, verdad, los empleados van a ser pagados, lo cual a mí me da tremendo gusto porque es lo necesario y es lo correcto y es la ley.
I want to congratulate you because the employees are going to be paid, and this is the correct thing to do, this is the right thing to do, and this is the law.
Hay muchas cosas que tenemos que mejorar viendo el presupuesto de las AMETHODs. Una de las cosas, obviamente, que es el LTFF, que son los fondos que vienen para todas las escuelas públicas.
There are some things that we need to improve, and looking at the budget, One of those things is the LCFF, which is the funds for every public school.
Sabemos que el LCAP, donde ustedes dicen cómo lo van a gastar, obviamente, ¿verdad? Lo van a entregar eventualmente en junio. Y eso me gustaría ver que los padres fuéramos más involucrados en formular el LCAP y también saber quién está aprobando los títulos. 1, 2, 3, etcétera.
We know that the LCAP is where you say where the money is going to, and I heard that it was going to be submitted in June. I would like for parents to be more involved in regards to writing the LCAP and who is approving the titles, Title 1, 2, 3, and 4.
Etcétera, porque hay más. Este presupuesto es como la escuela lo va a gastar para el próximo año. Entonces, hay muchas cosas en que tenemos que mejorar y tenemos que realmente educarnos. Porque cuando dicen ustedes que si se va a pagar para John Henry, si no sabemos si le van a dar los 5 años de permiso o no, y se va a pagar más de $1 millón, ¿de dónde va a salir ese dinero? ¿Cómo eso va a afectar a las otras escuelas?
And in order to make her last point, etc., there's more funding sources from LCAP. For next year, we really need to improve, and we need to really look at how we are educating. And if you say that there needs to be a payment for John Henry High School, and then it's more than $1 million, how is that going to be affecting the other schools? Because we don't know if John Henry will be in existence for the next 5 years.
Gracias, señora Flores.
Yeah.
Luis, can you call the other speakers that weren't available a moment ago?
Sure, yeah, I saw Elizabeth log back in. Elizabeth, would you like to make a comment?
Sí.
Okay.
But I need to somebody speak Spanish, please.
Sure.
Thank you.
Ms. Flores, are you able to translate?
Sí.
Sí.
Okay, permítame, deje justo el reloj. Okay, Elizabeth, cuando esté lista.
Ya estoy lista. Bueno, el motivo por el cual yo quiero hablar es porque por parte de la escuela Richmond Charter Academy y Benito Juárez, es por la razón de los clippers.
The reason why I want to talk is related to the school Richmond Charter Academy, RCA, and Benito Juárez Elementary, BJE, and the reason is due to the clippers.
¿Por qué si se supone que tienen el dinero para dar a los clippers, a los alumnos y a un padre? Mis hijos han tenido los clippers los años anteriores.
And why, if they have the money to give clipper cards to students and to one parent, my sons have had the clipper cards in previous years.
Y este año, cuando comenzó el año escolar, fui y me dijeron que que tenían un problema con que las personas que trabajaban anteriormente en la escuela habían dejado un problema y no les habían dado contraseñas para ingresar y poder poner al corriente los clippers, seguir trabajando los clippers.
And this year, at the beginning of the year, they told me that they had a problem with the clipper cards. They said that the people that were there before, they did not give them access to the clipper accounts online, so they could not access the clipper accounts and they could not give the clipper cards.
Así me tuvieron durante todo el año escolar, hasta hoy fecha nunca me resolvieron nada en cuestión de los clippers.
And that was told to me, and that is how they had me for a long time. Up until today, we still have not received any clipper cards.
Le mandé un mensaje por correo electrónico a Linda Delgado, a la directora de RCA y Benito Juárez, al encargado de los clippers, y siempre me traían vuelta y vuelta y nunca me resolvieron nada. Para mí es importante, los necesito para mis hijos.
I sent an email, a message email to Linda Delgado, the site director at RCA and BJE, and also the Clipper Card service director, and I got no response, and I need them. I need those Clipper cards.
Siempre me traían, siempre yo iba a preguntar sobre que me dieran razón de los clippers y siempre me salían con que todavía no podían ingresar, o sea, puras excusas me estaban poniendo, no me daban una respuesta contundente, o sea, de lo que está pasando en realidad.
And I would go often to ask about this, and they would not give me any other answer. They always used to tell me that they still did not have access to the system, and basically these were a lot of excuses. There was never a clear answer as to why I
Y conozco dos mamás que estuvieron ahí y a ellas sí les dieron los clippers y a mí no. Esa es mi pregunta, ¿por qué a mí no me los dieron?
And I know two mothers who were there as well, and they did receive Clipper cards, and I am asking how come I did not receive a Clipper card. Gracias. Thank you.
Gracias.
Luis, can you check if Ron is back?
Yeah, let me double check with Dawn, I think it is.
Don, I'm sorry.
Dawn, are you there? Mr. Gosney? Nothing. Okay, that was the last of the comments.
Okay, let's move on then. Thank you. We'd like to now move to item 7.4, the Comprehensive School Safety Plan. Ms. Villa, can you please unmute her?
Yes, I'll do that.
Mr. Romo, can you also mute Ms. Borgia?
Yes.
Also, I just wanted to ask, what was the parent's name that previously spoke so we could put that in the minutes?
I just got Elizabeth. I didn't get a last name.
Can we get a last name?
Let me bring her back on. It looks like oh, there she is. Elizabeth, ¿nos escucha? Sorry, that's... She may have signed off. I don't see her.
In the future, could you get their full name for the record?
Yeah, she's not on here anymore.
All right, it's okay. Just wanted to see if she had, yeah. All right, well, good evening, members of the board. I have Ms. Borgia, who's joined me as well on the comprehensive safety plans. I hope you guys are all doing well. We're able to get the comprehensive safety plans updated to reflect OCHS's template that had been approved at the previous board meeting. So we went ahead and got the leaders to work on them. And I brought Ms. Borgia because she took lead on it, and I supported her on the process. But we went ahead and put all of them on the board folder. We don't really have a presentation, just the fact that we were going to bring them back up to vote for you all to vote on. you guys have any questions for either Ms. Borgia or I, we'll just open up to questions.
I don't have any specific questions, Ms. Villa, but I did go through them, and they seem very complete and comprehensive and significantly more detailed than what was available a month ago. So at least from my perspective, you complied with the board's request to use OCHS as a template. So thank you. I don't have any particular questions.
Yeah, I thought they were much improved. I didn't quite get through all of them, but I did go through several of them, and I thought the ones I went through were much better. Could you tell me how much do we drill? How do we drill safety plans during the year? When we're not affected by COVID-19, what's the routine?
So all the schools do perform a fire drill throughout the year. I believe, and I have the principals here online just in case. I believe it's 3 times a year. We actually have one with the fire department, and then we also have the earthquake drill. Every year we participate in the Great Shakeout to go over the earthquake drill with the students. We have used timers to time the students when they come out and basically run out with like the backpacks, take attendance, and so we do audit that. So right now with the lockdown, we're missing the spring practice, but we do keep track of them, and we submit those also as required.
What about the lockdown?
The lockdowns, we do those as well.
Okay.
Yeah, so if I may, hello everybody.
Hello.
For the high schools and the middle schools, the earthquake drills, the fire drills, and the lockdown drills happen twice a year, once per semester. At the elementary school, the fire drills happen every quarter, so they're more frequent.
So I guess, the one thing about these plans are detailed. They now have, NIMS and SIMS, kind of incident teams in them. But, the danger is they kind of sit on, a shelf and they're, they're kind of hard to access, and people don't know, they don't know their roles unless they're actually drilled, with some frequency, so that people remember, what their role is as part of an incident team. So that's the key to keeping them alive. Otherwise, they just make good bookends.
Pete, I wanted to invite one of the leaders to speak. She just asked me, Ms. Flores and Forrester, but they do start training up in the summer. We have a safety coordinator at each of the sites. So those don't, I know it's like the binder, we think that the binder might get stuck on a shelf. We do practice quite a bit. Mr. Romo, can you unmute Ms. Flores and Ms. Forrester?
Hi. Yeah, so I wanted to touch on the safety plans. We had been working on them. Every year we update and we work on those. Basically, we start training in the summer, actually. We start with our summit, and then when we do our site-specific training with all of our staff, not just teachers, but everyone on the staff, it's trained. Our safety coordinator for each school leads some of that training, and we also invite every year, especially for the Richmond sites, since they're all together in the marina, we do joint drills, and we invite the fire marshal. They came over at the beginning of the year in order to do a little bit more intensive training with the staff, and we do PowerPoint presentations for the students as well in August and September. with our advisory program so that the students understand what it is that they need to do in case of an emergency. We have for every aspect of the emergency, so lockdowns, active shooter, for fire drills, earthquake. There's a lot of different points that we train, not just at the beginning of the year, but also throughout. So we do kind of like refreshers or reminders through our safety coordinators. So Ms. Forrester, if you wanted to add anything.
The only thing I wanted to add is that just to understand for the board members that if we conduct a drill and we are not coming in under time, then we have to redo it. The drill doesn't count. So there's ample opportunity to review these, and I agree with you, Board Member Hanley, that we cannot allow ourselves to leave these as items that sit on a shelf, but that to make the health, safety, and well-being of the students at our schools is a top priority for us every day in all that we do.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So, are there any other questions from board members to Ms. Villa or Ms. Borja?
Well, not necessarily a question, but just commentary. I believe during this latest round of essentially getting the template straight, for lack of a better term, I think there was also some outreach to the local first responders, law enforcement, of course. And is that correct?
Yes. Yes.
So I think that goes. I'm saying that because I think that also goes a long way in that it's not just for the school and school leadership to also work on those plans and the training, but it's also an opportunity to build those relationships with the local first responders. Of course, everybody thinks about law enforcement, but we should also include your EMS, paramedics, firefighters, and so on and so forth.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Thank you, Mr. Lopez, for pointing that out, because it's a learning all around for not just the school staff, but also our frontline public safety employees. Okay, are there any other questions? Not hearing any, I'd like to entertain a motion to accept the comprehensive school safety plans as presented. Is there a motion?
I make a motion that we accept the comprehensive safety plans as presented.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Hearing a second, we're going to now do a roll call vote. Mr. Stefan.
All right. Board Chair Quiroz?
Yes.
Member Hanley?
Yes.
Member Gonzalez?
Yes.
Member Lopez?
Yes.
Motion carries with unanimously. Thank you. Thank you all. I'd like to now move to item 7.5, the approval of Square Minner contract for third-party auditor of fiscal year. Mr. Baca, please.
Edgar, I'm sorry, we had a comment. We'll take it whenever you see fit.
For item 7.4?
Yes, the hand went up. During...
Okay, let's hear it now before we go into 7.5.
Okay, Ms. Cuellar, can you hear me?
Sí, le puedo escuchar.
Very well.
Yo quiero decir de que yo levanté mi mano al principio, entonces ustedes tienen que hacer un mejor trabajo y hacer mejores prácticas para anotar, y obviamente ya pasaron la moción, ya tomaron acción cuando yo no he dado mi comentario. Ok, bueno, de todas maneras, esa es una mala costumbre que ustedes los AMETHOD tienen. Mi nombre es Mariela Cuellar, otra vez. Yo quiero comentar de que en marzo 12 tuvimos la reunión de la FST con la señora Eberly, el señor Zelaya y la señora Sujin, donde nos mostraron este plan de seguridad, lo cual la verdad es que
Ms. Flores, are you still there to interpret?
Yes. Ms. Cuellar, I can't hear you.
A mejorar el tráfico. Entonces, para mí no hace sentido que nos detengan en la reunión del FST cuando vamos a hablar solo del tráfico, cuando el tráfico tiene que estar ya implementado. Había muchos otros temas que nosotros necesitábamos hablar, como acoso sexual, comportamiento físicos entre los alumnos, acoso sexual entre los alumnos, cómo están usando el Internet, y eso es en Benito Juárez. Yo no sé de RCA ahora porque yo no estoy ahí. Entonces, para mí es muy importante de que cuando...
¿Le permites un momento a Ms. Flores para que traduzca, por favor?
Ya.
Ok, Ms. Cuellar, creo que su comunicación se cortó un poquito durante cuando estaba hablando, así que voy a empezar y si hay algo que no dije, por favor, me lo dice después.
Sí, señora.
So, we need to be doing a better job in terms of our practices because I raised my hand at the beginning of the meeting and you already took the vote. So, this is a bad practice that AMETHOD has always had. So once again, my name is Mariela Cuellar, and we had an FST, a family staff team meeting on March 12th with Ms. Averly, Mr. Zelaya, and Ms. Kim, and where the security plan was presented and introduced and asked for comments. I don't think that it is wise to have a meeting regarding the safety plan if all we're going to be talking about is traffic. We were asked about traffic and we were told that the safety plan was implemented and to provide comments, but the comments were related to traffic. There's other comments that we need to be talking about, which is sexual harassment, physical harassment within the peers, within the student body, and we also need to be talking about internet safety. This is related to Benito Juárez Elementary. I don't know about RCA because I don't have children at RCA.
Gracias, señora Flores. Hablaron de varios temas, pero lo que se redució fue a tráfico.
There were several topics at that FST meeting, but what it was reduced to was traffic.
Y yo quisiera que la señora Averly le diera los temas que dimos, porque votamos y se redució al tráfico. Entonces, el tráfico ya es algo que ya tiene que estar implementado. Claro que se pueden hacer mejoras, obviamente.
So I want to ask Ms. Averly to give the topics to you that we had discussed at that meeting because we voted. And the vote happened, but the topics were broken down and it was reduced to traffic. And obviously we can always better traffic in the area, but that was basically what the topics were condensed to.
Entonces, la seguridad es primordial para todo. Obviamente, para el año que viene, mis hijas ya no van a estar ahí, pero obviamente que se tiene que hablar en un plan de seguridad y involucrar más a los papás. Siempre llegamos al mismo común denominador, es cómo nos comunicamos, cómo nos informamos, cómo nos involucramos y cómo tomamos acción para estos temas que son de suma importancia para mejorar las escuelas, para mejorar las 6 escuelas. Entonces, si nos enfocamos y esta es la primera vez que hablamos del plan de seguridad escolar, la verdad.
El tiempo ya se terminó, Ms. Cuellar.
Okay, gracias, señora.
So I'm going to translate that last part since time is up. We spoke about the security plan, but we need to have parents be more involved with what we are discussing, what we are talking about at these meetings. We need to have more information, communication, and we need to take action. And this is in order to improve the 6 schools. And this is the first time, the first year that we are talking about the security plan at the school. Thank you.
Luis, are there any other comments?
No, that was the only one.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Baca, could you now present on item 7.5?
Yeah, but before I begin, are there any public comments on this item?
Luis, Mr. Romo, do you see any comments, requests?
No.
Okay, thank you.
All right, this is the Squire Milner contract. It's usually done for a 3-year period. We've used them for the last 3 years. We had some really good results with them. We've always had a clean audit using them. They've been very competent, very good, and very timely in their performance of their duties. They do 3 things for us. They do the audit of Measure G parcel tax and Measure G1. They prepare and file their tax returns and the audit services for years ending June 30th, 2020, 2021, and 2022. I recommend approval. This was actually presented at the last board meeting, but for some reason it was not acted upon as an action item because there was confusion whether the contract already existed or not. But we have to get it approved, and then I'll forward it on to Contra Costa County Board of Education, who has to have this prior to May 1.
Mm-hmm.
I'll move approval of the contract.
There's a motion to accept the contract. Is there a second?
I will second that motion.
Having heard a second, I'd like to now do a roll call vote on item 7.5.
Board Chair Quiroz,
Yes.
Member Hanley,
Yes.
Member Gonzalez,
Yes.
Member Lopez.
Yes.
Unanimous.
Unanimously voted approved. Motion carries. We're going to now hear any public comments on item 7.7, the Brown Act violation cure for board meeting that occurred on February the 19th. Mr. Romo, do you see any public comment requests?
Yes.
Okay, let's hear it.
Ms. Cuellar?
Bueno, yo había levantado la mano para el artículo 7.5, pero obviamente me pasaron, está bien. Voy a hacer una combinación del 7.5 y 7.7.
I have my hand for the previous item. So now that we're on item 7.6, I will just do a combination of the 2 items because I will skip.
No es el artículo 7.7 que van a hablar, el Brown Act violation. Oh.
Is it 7.7, the Brown Act violation?
Yeah, that's the item we're talking about.
That's the agenda item we're speaking on now. It's 7.7.
Okay.
7.6 was removed. 7.6 is not under consideration.
Ya, por eso, porque fue removida al principio, por eso voy a hablar 7.5 y 7.7.
Señor Cuellar, perdona. Prior to presenting, we asked if there were any public comments, and we did not receive that request. So we moved on to on that item, and it's now approved. So please direct your comments now to item 7.7.
¿Sí entendió o quiere que le traduzca?
Sí entendí, pero me gustaría que me tradujera para que el público sepa cómo es el proceso de hablar en público en una reunión de mesa directiva, por favor.
Okay, so she wants me to translate what you said into Spanish.
Okay. Yo lo puedo decir de nuevo en español. Pues mira, al principio de empezar el tema 7.5, hicimos un pedido si había comentarios del público. No escuchamos nada, por eso empezamos la discusión y la presentación en ese artículo 7.5. Ya votamos y lo que usted puede comentar ahora, por favor, es en el punto 7.5 acerca del Brown Act violation.
7.7 es el Brown Act.
7.7, correcto.
Bueno, señor presidente, yo levanté mi mano y si no la vieron, y también yo siempre les he pedido que cómo quieren que haga mi comentario público al principio. Eso no son las mejores prácticas. Ok, señora Flores, estoy lista para que me interprete, por favor.
Ok, espérame un poquito, no veo el reloj. Is there a time clock?
Yes. Is it not showing? Oh, 1 second.
Ok, estamos listos.
Sí. Mi nombre es Mariela Cuellar, soy madre de Benito Juárez.
My name is Mariela Cuellar and I am a mother at Benito Juárez.
Cuando hablamos del Brown Act, yo he venido a las mesas directivas por más de 3 años. Especialmente he ido más a Oakland.
When we speak about the Brown Act, I want to say that I have been at several of the meetings at AMETHOD, especially the ones in Oakland.
He ido hasta Oakland porque quiero aprender más cómo la mesa directiva está corriendo las escuelas donde iban mis hijas.
I have been there mostly I had to travel to Oakland, and I did that because I wanted to learn how the board of directors were running the schools where my daughters were enrolled.
Estas violaciones al acta de Brown han sido quebradas múltiples veces.
Violations to the Brown Act there have been several violations to the Brown Act.
They have been broken. Han sido quebradas, muchas.
And the Brown Act has been broken several times.
Para mí, no sé lo que van a hablar después de que yo comente, porque ¿cuáles son las violaciones? Yo he visto muchas violaciones, como que no han anunciado las agendas en línea o en las oficinas físicamente.
And I don't know what you will be talking about later related to the Brown Act, but I have seen a lot of violations, such as the agenda not being online, the agenda not being in the offices at the schools.
Que cambian cada rato de locación, que las cancelan sin previo aviso y ya después dice que está el anuncio de que está cancelada, que no había quórum, que hablaron por teléfono y dijeron que no iban a participar los miembros y que por eso la cancelaron.
And there have been changes in locations. There's been cancellations without previously telling parents about the cancellations. And they have said that they have made school messenger calls to all the parents.
No, eso no. Que han cancelado las mesas directivas porque no hay quórum de los miembros de la mesa directiva porque les llamaron a los miembros y dijeron que no podían venir y no había quórum.
That there was no, that there was cancellations of meetings because the board members called and they said that they couldn't make it to the meetings, so there was no quorum, so then the meetings had to be canceled.
Hay muchas violaciones. Obviamente, yo no sé mucho del Brown Act, sé muy poquito, pero esta es una de las cosas que tenemos que informarnos y también tener un entrenamiento acerca de cómo realmente se corren las mesas directivas reguladas con el Brown Act.
There have been a lot of violations, and we all need to be more informed. I don't know too much about the Brown Act, but I know that there has been several violations, and we need to train people better because we need to make sure that the board of directors know how to run these meetings.
Y también los padres, que cuando tengan estos entrenamientos que nos inviten para nosotros educarnos, para nosotros.
I'm sorry, time was called.
And also the parents, that they can invite us to these trainings so that we know how meetings are supposed to work. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Baca, can we now proceed with item 7.7?
Yes, 7.7 is in response to a letter we got from the Contra Costa County District Attorney's Office stating that the Brown Act violation was that the February 19, 2020 notice and agenda did not identify if the meeting would include teleconference participation and allow members of the public to participate at the teleconference locations. This is when we had the new loosening of the Brown Act, allowing for teleconferencing of the board members and the like. The other aspect of it was that the AMPS did not post locations on the agenda and notice where teleconference could occur at each school site. So those were the two violations. I responded to Steve Bolden, who was the deputy district attorney, and told him what we would be doing by reapproving the items that were passed on the February 19th meeting, and asked him if this was sufficient to cure the violation, and he said yes, it was. So that's what we're doing now.
So is the action item then to approve the agenda items that appeared on the February 19th meeting?
Correct.
From A to G?
Yes, and you should do that individually.
Individual motions then?
Right.
Okay. Are there any questions from the board regarding the action item that we need to take? So beginning with item A, the second interim financial statement, is there a motion to accept that report?
So moved.
Is there a second?
A second.
Having heard a second, Mr. Stefan, can you please do a roll call vote?
Board Member Quiroz?
Yes?
Member Hanley?
Yes.
Member Gonzalez?
Yes.
Member Lopez?
Yes.
Unanimous?
Unanimous, motion carries. Is there a motion to accept item B, AMPS Foster Youth Policy, as presented on February 19th?
Make a motion that we move forward with the AMPS Foster Youth Policy.
Having heard a motion, is there a second?
Second.
There's a second. Mr. Stefan, please roll call vote.
Chair Quiroz?
Yes?
Member Hanley?
Yes.
Member Gonzalez,
Yes.
Member Lopez.
Yes.
Item B is approved. Item C, the ASES renewal for Benito Juarez Elementary and Downtown Charter Academy. Is there a motion to accept that report presented on February 19th, 2020?
Move renewal.
Is there a second?
A second.
Having a second, Mr. Stefan, please do roll call vote.
Board Chair Quiroz,
Yes?
Board Member Hanley,
Yes.
Board Member Gonzalez,
Yes.
Board Member Lopez.
Yes.
Unanimous.
Motion carries unanimously. Item D, Richmond Regional Academic Calendar 2021 as presented on February 19th, 2020. Is there a motion to accept that calendar?
Make a motion, we move forward with the Richmond Regional Academic Calendars 2020-2021.
Do I hear a second?
I second.
Motion is second. Roll call vote, Mr. Stefan, please.
Board Chair Quiroz,
Yes?
Board Member Hanley,
Yes.
Board Member Gonzalez,
Yes.
Board Member Lopez.
Yes.
Unanimous.
Unanimous, motion carries. Item E, the Williams complaint notice that was presented and approved on February 19th, 2020. Do I hear a motion to accept that report?
Move acceptance.
Is there a second?
I second.
A second by Ms. Gonzalez. Could we please have a roll call vote?
Board Chair Quiroz,
Yes?
Board Member Hanley,
Yes.
Board Member Gonzalez,
Yes.
Board Member Lopez.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously. Item number F, the EL reclassification policy as presented and approved on February 19th, 2020. Is there a motion to accept that report?
Make a motion that we move forward with the reclassification policy.
Do I hear a second?
Second.
Having had a second, could we please have a roll call vote, Mr. Stefan?
Board Chair Quiroz,
Yes?
Board Member Hanley,
Yes.
Board Member Gonzalez,
Yes.
and Board Member Lopez.
Yes.
Unanimous.
Yeah, motion carries. Item number G, the J13A Downtown Charter Academy report that was presented and approved on February 19th, 2020. Is there a motion to approve that presentation?
We'll move approval.
Do I hear a second?
I second.
Having a second, Mr. Stefan, can you please do a roll call vote?
Board Chair Quiroz,
Yes?
Board Member Hanley,
Yes.
Board Member Gonzalez,
Yes.
and Board Member Lopez.
Yes.
Unanimous, motion carries. Mr. Baca, I will ask you now, is it your understanding that what the board just approved these 7 items that complies with the request presented by the Contra Costa Board of Education?
Contra Costa District Attorney's Office.
District Attorney's Office, I'm sorry.
Yes, it does. And one of the conditions was that I was going to send him a copy of our agenda, which I will do tomorrow.
Very well. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'd like to now move to item 7.8, the Uniform Complaint Procedure and Policy. Before we hear from Mr. Stefan, are there any public comments on this item and this item only?
Yes, there's one from Ms. Cuellar.
Will you please set the clock for 4 minutes and provide her that opportunity to speak?
Sure. Ms. Flores, are you available?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Cuellar, whenever you're ready.
Okay.
Mi nombre es Mariela Cuellar, otra vez madre de Benito Juárez.
My name is Mariela Cuellar, once again, mother at Benito Juárez.
Cuando hablamos de las quejas uniformes, yo esto ya lo he hablado anteriormente porque he puesto varias quejas sobre acoso sexual que un niño le hizo a mi hija, y ya lo puse, se lo dije a la directora, lo puse en forma, mandé quejas, mandé correos. Entonces me gustaría saber quién está viendo estas quejas.
¿Quién está viendo estas quejas?
Sí, señora.
So when we talk about these uniform complaint, I know some about this because I have faced various complaints related to harassment from a student towards my daughter. And I have told the site director, I have filled out the forms, I have submitted the complaints, I have sent emails, and I'm asking who is reading these complaints.
Yo le mandé, cuando yo no sabía que la señora Bianca Núñez era ahora la encargada de las quejas. Cuando yo mandé, he mandado varias quejas, pero la más reciente fue la de acoso sexual contra mi hija, una de las gemelas, y supuestamente me iban a dar un informe en 20 días. La directora me mandó un correo donde yo la verdad le dije que no aceptaba lo que ella me decía porque no estaba, ella no ha hecho lo suficiente para realmente tomar medidas sobre estos problemas que están pasando.
I did not know that Bianca Núñez, until recently, I knew she was the one in charge of these uniform complaints. And I have placed several complaints, but the most recent one has been related to the sexual harassment against one of my daughter's twins. And they told me that I was supposed to receive a letter within 20 days. And then I sent an email to the site, and then, I'm sorry, the site director sent me an email, which I did not accept because I don't think that she has done enough to resolve the situation.
Y eso para mí está pendiente porque para mí es muy importante de que se tomen medidas y que se hable con los padres, se hable con los estudiantes, que nuestros hijos los eduquemos para que ellos hablen cuando estas cosas pasan, de que hayan sido tocados inapropiadamente.
And this issue is still outstanding. It's very important that we take measures and actions and that we speak to parents and we speak to students and we teach our children that they need to speak about it if they have been touched inappropriately.
Me gustaría que ustedes tomen más medidas contra cualquier tipo de quejas, porque la mía ha sido de acoso sexual, de también acoso físico.
Sorry, I stopped her. The time rang.
Okay, and I would like for you to take bigger and more measures related to the uniform complaint process and to answer whatever type of complaint. I have placed complaints regarding sexual harassment and physical harassment or abuse. Thank you.
Well, public comments on 7.8. Mr. Stefan, can you please
well,
present?
Edgar, let me just let me just briefly respond that if there is a pending uniform complaint, there is a clear procedure that's laid out in our policy, and she should follow up with the administration, and that process should proceed according to that policy. There is a procedure there, and she should follow up with the administration to see where that is, so that it can complete the procedure that's in the policy. If she has filed a complaint and it's working its way through the process, that's something that should be followed up with the administration. I just want to briefly reply to that.
Well noted.
If it's pending, that's the proper way to follow up on that. She should check in with the administration to see where it stands.
Noted. Thank you.
Notes as well.
Mr. Stefan, go ahead now.
Well, in case I wasn't heard, I'll just say staff notes board member Hanley's comments as well. The reason for this approval, for this update to the uniform complaint policy is because BJE went through a Title I audit throughout this year, and the auditor wanted us to include more kind of cafeteria-style language about what uniform complaints are in our policy. And as you recall, a few meetings ago, we brought some updates to you that you approved. And then when those were sent back to the auditor, they wanted to add still more language, specifically language about state preschool. What the auditor is doing is they're taking our policy and comparing it to a template and just kind of doing a word hunt, right? So we've added the language related to state preschools, which we don't operate, and it's resubmitted. Ms. Grace Borges working on this project, and the auditor has come back saying they want to add still more language. To be frank with you guys, this isn't something that I feel you guys can have a vote on yet. I want to know what the auditor wants to say, what they would like to include. And frankly, I'm not comfortable adding all this language about operations that we don't even do. And so before asking you guys to approve any changes to our procedures, I would like, one, to hear what the auditor has to say, and two, speak, get some kind of counsel to look at this policy and make sure we have everything that we need that relates to our programs. Because what, the draft that I've included for you guys, all that highlighted language doesn't pertain to AMETHOD public schools. And if that's something that the auditor insists that we add and legal counsel says, yeah, you should add it, then we'll bring it back to you guys with all the added language that the auditor is suggesting for a vote. So that's kind of where I stand in my presentation. The information that the auditor sent back I got today.
Okay.
Why it changes.
Mr. Stefan, is this a time-sensitive item?
I don't feel like it's a time-sensitive item. No, we have a procedure and a policy.
So it's the updates that we would be considering and voting on.
You're absolutely right. And it's updates about language, like I said, that you can see highlighted on the draft that I sent you guys that doesn't pertain to our operations. It's for state preschools.
Okay.
We've already listed in bullet points all the different programs that are covered by UCP, including state preschools, but the language that the auditor wants us to add goes into detail about how you would, if we did operate a preschool, here's how you would, here'd be the first step in the process. It gets into some of the deeper details about how you would file such a complaint at a preschool.
So I think that there's no action to be taken tonight, and I'd like to postpone this item till for next month after we hear from the auditors exactly, the language that is being recommended, but doesn't pertain necessarily to AMPS as an agency.
Thanks.
Are there any questions that other board members may have regarding not taking action tonight and postponing this item to next month?
No, that sounds fine to me.
Okay, not hearing any objections from any of the board members, we're going to not take action on item 7.8, but instead postpone it till the May meeting. Okay? I'd like to now move to item 7.9, which was presented last month as well, but we needed additional information on the technology upgrades via TeleConnect Fund. Before hearing from Mr. Clark, are there any public comments, Mr. Romo, on item 7.9?
Yes, there's one from Ms. Cuellar.
Can I suggest that maybe we take public comments after the administration has made its presentation? I think that's a better way to take public comments, is after the administration makes its presentation, then take public comments so that the person has heard what's being presented. Can we do that? Can we do it that way?
Well, the option is either to do it before or afterwards. So it's up to the board, to the board president to decide whether he wants to do it before or after.
Well, this was a practice that we did initially, and as part of the Brown Act, the board doesn't necessarily need to respond or have dialogue regarding the public comment. So
no, I'm not suggesting we respond. That would be bad practice.
Yeah.
I'm just suggesting that I'm suggesting that it's a little bit better if you take public comments after the public's had a chance to hear the presentation of the material.
Again, Peter, that's really up to the board president. He can do it before or after. Maybe we should table this for discussion for later, or
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I think just for tonight's purpose, as we see that we still have quite a bit of items to go. Let's continue with the process of hearing public comments before, and it's something that we can bring up and adjust if necessary moving forward. Are you okay with that?
Okay.
Okay. So, Mr. Romo, go ahead and allow public comments now for item 7.9.
Ms. Flores, are you available for translation?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Cuellar, you can begin when you're ready.
Mi nombre es Mariela Cuellar, madre de Benito Juárez.
My name is Mariela Cuellar, and I'm a parent at Benito Juárez.
Señor Hanley, le quiero agradecer de corazón que haya hecho esa sugerencia. Para mí es muy importante. Yo quería ver el paquete de la agenda del 7.9, pero no la pude abrir. No hay ninguna información aquí que yo pueda leer antes de dar mi comentario.
Mr. Hanley, I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart for that suggestion that you made. It's very important to me. I also wanted to point out that for item 7.9, there was no information that I could access online that I could open. There was nothing on there.
Dice aquí 7.9 Technology Upgrades via Teleconnect Fund E-Rate, pero cuando yo la abro no sale nada. Entonces no puedo ver, no pude ni leer. Entonces, cuando usted, presidente Quiroz, y el señor Vaca dicen de que los comentarios se hagan antes de la presentación. Esas no son las mejores prácticas. Obviamente la acta Brown dice que ustedes deciden cuándo se va a dar el comentario público.
When I looked at the online agenda and the packet for the agenda, it says 7.9 and the title of this item, but when I click on it, there's nothing on there. There's nothing that I can download or even look at in order to read regarding this item. And I also wanted to say, President Quiroz and Dr. Vaca, when you say that we should make the public comment before the presentation, these are not the best practices. I understand that the Brown Act says that the board president gets to decide when to allow public comment, but these are not best practices.
Y otra vez, ¿cómo yo voy a comentar algo que ni sé? Lo que puedo comentar es acerca de cómo mejorar la tecnología. Eso es lo que yo puedo más o menos pensar que se va a tratar, pero tecnología ¿de qué? De los estudiantes o de las presentaciones de la mesa directiva. ¿Qué tipo de tecnología van a actualizar, a dar mejor?
And again, how am I going to comment if I don't even know what this item is about? Is it about how to better technology, how to improve technology, but technology about what? Is it related to students? Is it related to the board meetings? What type of technology will you be improving? I don't know.
Y veo fund, ¿verdad? Es fondos. Entonces, dinero que va a venir para mejorar la tecnología. Y si es así, que van a mejorar la tecnología de los estudiantes, está muy bien. También se deben enfocar de las familias que no tienen tecnología en sus casas, y cómo van a mejorar la tecnología en la escuela. Hay muchas cosas, ¿verdad?, que se pueden mejorar con este artículo de la agenda. Gracias.
And I see the word funds on here. So is it funds that are going to be used to better the technology for the students? I hope so. And if it is that we are getting funds for this, bettering the technology for families at home and also for technology at the school, there's a lot of things that we can talk about in order to better the technology for our families. Thank you.
Mr. Clark, could you please now present
Sure thing. Mr. Romo, can you pull up the presentation, please? So I'm here to talk about E-rate, what the different categories of E-rate are, and how E-rate funds these different categories, and how AMPS benefits from E-rate. So E-rate is the FCC program that makes telecommunications and information technology available and affordable to all schools and libraries in the state of California. It's in the state of California and also in the United States. It's a federally funded program that provides funds for technology for the schools. There are two different types of E-rate funding that we're currently working to, we've applied for. One of the funding for E-rate is called Category 1 funding. And what Category 1 funding is, E-rate will provide funds for high-speed internet access to all the schools and also to the home office. When I say provide, they will pay for 90% of the funding that's necessary to get high-speed internet access into the schools. And the other category of E-rate is category 2. And what category 2 of is the E-rate will pay 85% of the cost of the wiring, the cabling, and all the hardware associated with internet and technology in the schools. So they pay for the switches, which they'll pay for the wireless internet access points, they'll pay for the firewalls, and they'll pay for the security of the internet streaming in and out of the schools. How does E-rate funds get dispersed? E-rate funds, as I mentioned, get dispersed through the federal government will pay 85% of the cost of the hardware in category 2, and they'll pay 90% of the cost of the internet access. Can we go to the next slide, please? The internal infrastructure of AMPS is between 3 and 5 years old. When I say internal infrastructure, I mean the switches, the firewalls, the uninterruptible power supplies, and all the equipment necessary for us to have internet in the schools. And what tends to happen is after a certain period of time, these devices they get what is called end of life. End of life meaning the manufacturer stops supporting the devices. The end of life means that these devices are no longer in warranty, and so every time there's an issue with any of the devices, you have to pay time and materials to get these devices fixed. And so one of the things that we want to do is upgrade these devices in the in our infrastructure, as well as to increase the bandwidth of the internet coming into the schools. So currently we have the internet coming into the school, each individual school is 500 megabytes up, 500 megabytes down. So basically we have a limited bandwidth for preparing for our students as far as distant learning is concerned. Not so much distant learning, but technology in education, because right now education is gearing towards technology, gearing towards streaming, gearing toward apps that are dependent on high-speed internet. And so part of what we're trying to do here now is we want to increase the bandwidth of our internet in the schools. And so based on that, what we need to do is we have applied for this E-rate funding, and the E-rate funding that we've applied for will currently cover the high-speed internet and the upgrade of our internet. We are currently paying, just one second, into my notes here. So right now we are currently paying $32,154 a year for high-speed internet in all the schools. That's actually after the 85% discount. And so with the new internet speed, we're actually going to be not only saving money on the high-speed internet, but we're also going to be increasing our bandwidth as well. So the new fee for our internet will drop from $35,154 to $13,551 a year for internet, which is something that is, that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to get greater bandwidth. We're also trying to save funds for internet. Next slide, please. Next slide. So as far as internet is concerned, and E-rate, all the services have to go out for a bid. And so we went out and put the internet service out, and two companies applied for the right to bid on the internet going into the schools. One of the companies was Comcast. The other company was AT&T. Now, as we were looking into the different quotes and bids, AT&T, since they're currently providing internet to the locations, the bids came in. Can you go to the next slide, please? Sorry. Actually, I'm sorry. Go back one. I'm sorry. So AT&T came in to bid on the internet, and so did Comcast. Now, since AT&T is currently in the facility, they would not have to put in new wiring and new infrastructure. And so the only thing we would be paying for with AT&T is the monthly service. Comcast, on the other hand, came in and they bid on the internet. And since they haven't been a vendor to us, we would have to pay for all the hardware and the setup and everything associated with getting them into the building, which came out in the order of almost $270,000. So based on that, considering the current financial climate that we're in currently, we decided to go with AT&T and utilize their internet service. And as you can see on the slide here, the total monthly recurring revenue for the internet going into to double our internet speed would be $7,528.50, and that's for all schools, not just one. And as you're looking at this, we actually would be paying 10% of this $7,528.50, not the full, because with the E-rate funding, we only paid 10% of the full amount of the service. And unlike Comcast, we would be paying the full installation cost of the service. And as you can see here as well, is although you see there's an installation cost of $1,500 per school, the $1,500 will not be, we will not incur that $1,500 cost because there is no new equipment to install into the facility. And so they put this cost here as a matter of record when they're putting the bids together. And so at this point, we're looking to upgrade our wireless internet with AT&T from 500 megabits to 1 gigabyte at a cost of $750 a month or $9,000 a year for the upgrade of the wireless internet service. Next slide, please. So this is for category 2, or the internet, the hardware and wiring for the equipment that we need to upgrade in the facility. We had six companies put in bids for this equipment, and again, because of our financial climate, we decided to work with this company, AMS.net. AMS.net came in lower than any of the other companies at $52,100 for the installation and also for the service that they're going to be providing for us. As you can see here, there are two types of services that we are getting with this equipment. One of the services that we're getting is the actual hardware itself, where you can see the hardware would be $44,619.09, but we will only have to pay 15% of that cost with the E-rate funding, and so that would come down to $6,692 out of pocket for the hardware. what we also see is another cost for it. It's an ineligible. It's not eligible for E-rate, and the reason for that is because it's a service, and since it's a service, E-rate does not cover the cost of that. So we would have to pay the cost of that service. What the service is the service agreement or contract that will, for 3 years, will cover any repairs or anything that's necessary to keep the devices up and running. And so with that, and why we're here today is because we're looking to upgrade and update the system in the AMP schools, because at this time we've seen degradation in the system. We've seen that if we continue to use the systems as they are, then eventually we're going to need to replace everything that's in the system. One of the recommendations that I do have, though, is even though we have some of the equipment in the system, in our systems rather, that is coming to end of life, we do not necessarily have to replace everything at once, because there's some of the equipment is still viable and it's still useful. Yes, it's coming to end of life, but we can still manage to use them. One of the things that we do really want to consider replacing is the firewall. And what the firewall basically is the device that protects any equipment that's when I say protect, that means it protects from intrusion, it protects from malware, it protects from viruses, any device that's on premise that is connected to the internet or to our network. And that's what we're looking to upgrade all, but if we don't upgrade all, then we definitely need to upgrade the firewall and the hardware associated with the system that we currently have right now. And we did talk about this last month in our last board meeting, and board requested more time to consider. This is a time-sensitive matter, and so we're looking to hopefully get some kind of resolution on getting the system upgraded as soon as possible. One of the things, though, we have to consider is and she mentioned this earlier, John Henry. Although we're not quite clear as what's going to happen with John Henry, we've had it written in the E-rate bidding process that no matter what happens to John Henry, we don't necessarily have to, we can either go with what we have going on here, or we can, or not. But I would strongly recommend that we upgrade our systems and make sure that we don't run into any issues moving forward with our technology infrastructure.
Mr. Clark, remind me, what's different today than what you presented last month? I'm just trying to keep track of all of this. Is there anything different than?
No, there is nothing different today than what we presented last month. The only difference is that if a decision is going to be made, the decision needs to be made by the board needs to make the decision, and also John Henry is would be considered. John Henry would be considered as the final decision would take John Henry being here or not into consideration.
I'm curious with the next agenda item, the distance learning plans. What have we experienced in terms of bandwidth and internet speed during this COVID-19 period where we've become heavily dependent on technology. Have we seen anything, and is this proposal going to improve whatever we may be experiencing now?
Well, since the COVID-19 hit us, blindly, we've had to make different arrangements for the distance learning. We've had to go out and we've had to purchase wireless hotspots for the different schools. Unfortunately, since the wireless hotspots are cellular devices, those are not covered under E-rate. So telecommunications is not covered under E-rate, just the internet and the hardware in the schools. And so when we look at these proposals, we're looking at what's going on at the schools and not in the homes, or not outside of the school.
Are there any questions that the board has for Mr. Clark?
Okay, this has been one of the most painful, presentations I've heard. What I thought we asked for at the last meeting was for this to all be connected to a budget, and for our budget for this to be connected to a recommendation for the board to consider as to what we could afford and what we needed. I mean, this is exactly what we heard last month. And so this wasn't helpful to me. What I needed to hear was, and what I thought was that we already decided was, yes, we absolutely need to upgrade the internet, the internet capability. We needed to upgrade, category 1. That was a done deal. The 90%, that we needed to do, no questions on that. Where we had questions was, what could we do in category 2? What could we afford to do in category 2, and what did we need to do in category 2? And we're at the same place we were last month in terms, I'm not, I understand what a firewall is, and I understand what an old firewall is, and I understand the danger of having old technology out there in a firewall. What I don't understand is, what's our vulnerability? What do we need to replace? Do we need to replace 6 of them? Do we need to replace 3 of them? How is it tied to our budget? That's what I needed to hear, was a recommendation for, these 3 schools we got to replace right now. These 3 schools can wait 1 year. There's 2 schools that can wait one more year. There's 1 school that can wait 2 more years. And here's what the cost is, and here's what our budget is, and we can afford this. And here's our recommendation to the board. And, this is kind of like just throwing out to the board, what do I do with this? So what do I do with this? Are you telling me to spend, $6,000 for the firewalls and $34,000 for the services, and that ties back to the budget, and we can afford to do that? Is that the recommendation of the administration?
Well, my recommendation is yes, we have 6 firewalls in the individual school that need to be replaced. And those 6 firewalls will be $6,692.86. And in order for the firewalls, we need to have the service to go along with the firewall. So my recommendation, yes, is to replace the firewall. The other devices that are on this presentation can wait, but we would definitely we should replace those 6 firewalls.
Okay. Nick?
Yes?
Is that your recommendation? We spend $40,000 to do this now.
Well, the problem we have now is that we have a deadline under which we can approve the E-rate. Is that correct, Mr. Clark?
That's correct.
And when is that deadline?
Deadline is April 29th.
So there was no change from last board's meeting presentation to this one. I mean, I don't understand why there was. I understood the same thing that Peter understood, that we were going to get comparisons and recommendations and a breakdown. But this is exactly the same presentation that was made last week. I mean, excuse me, last board meeting. So I don't understand. See, the problem we have now is that we're up against the wall. And we have to approve this or not approve it. And we have no choice because it's the 29th. 29th is what, next Wednesday?
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
I have a clarifying question because, quite honestly, I'm not prepared tonight to vote on this. I don't feel comfortable voting on this tonight or approving this tonight, given, what we heard already in the budget presentation earlier from Ms. Ellis. I still am not clear what are we committing to in terms of a dollar amount. And if we do nothing right now, does it mean then that to apply for the E-rate, we'd have to catch the next funding cycle, like a year from now?
That is correct. So if we do nothing right now, then we would have to do that. Yes.
Okay, and by not doing anything, what do you think? How would you assess our risk of putting this off for another year until we have a better idea of what the 2021 budget year is going to look like, and the impact that not having John Hendry may have on the overall operating budget? Could it wait? Is what I guess I'm asking. I know it's not preferred, but could it wait? Or is this something that is being held together, and barely getting us through?
It's not something that's barely getting us through. It can wait, but it's a chance that we're going to. It's still taking a chance because, as I mentioned, the devices come to end of life. It could wait, but it's a chance we're taking.
Well, come on, guy. I mean, which schools are vulnerable and which schools aren't vulnerable? I mean, you're the tech guy. I'm not the tech guy. I mean, do we have 3 schools that have 5-year-old firewalls that absolutely positively need to be replaced, or do we have 6 schools that have firewalls that absolutely positively need to be replaced? I mean, you're sitting there going wishy-washy back and forth. I need you to tell me what the situation is, and you're not telling me. You're not telling me.
We have 6 schools that have firewalls that need to be replaced, and we have 6 schools that have firewalls that need to be replaced. Because all the firewalls in all the schools were all brought online at the same time.
Okay, so why were you saying that some could go for, you know, another year or two?
Not the firewall, but I'm saying some of the other devices like the switches and the wireless access points. Those can go for another year or two, but the firewall, no, I wouldn't recommend it.
Okay. So what you're telling me is we absolutely positively have to spend the $6,000 for the firewalls and the $34,000 for the service contract.
Yes.
Or we're leaving ourselves vulnerable where we've got end of life and these things are not going to get serviced by the providers of those firewalls.
That is correct.
Okay. That's what I needed to hear.
So Adrian, can you just summarize what Peter just kind of laid out there? You know, to vote on a motion, I'd like to, you know, what is the dollar amount that we're talking about now? All in.
So the dollar amount we're talking about right now for the wireless internet service, $9,000. For the firewalls, $40,748. 748.
Adrian, when does that have to be paid?
So it has to be paid on upon completion of service of installation.
I repeat, when would that be?
Well, that will be once the contracts are finalized and we get an invoice from the vendor, then that's when that will be. So what I'm saying is we can't move forward until we say this is what we're going to do, and then I believe it's they do 90 days after. I believe it's 90 days after installation of the equipment.
Give me an approximation when we have to come up with what's it? How much? $40,000? You're saying?
Yeah, $40,748.
When do we have to come up with that?
Once we say this is what we want to do, and then once we say this is what we want to do, we would go back to the vendor. And so based on what we've done in the past is we have spoken with the vendor and they've allowed us to, because of the way our budgeting is concerned, so after July 1st, we will pay for that. That's what we requested in the past, and that's what they've done for us.
How long after July 1st in the past?
I'm not quite sure because I wasn't the one that was in charge of the budgeting for that. But I do know that when we did go through the process, we were able to get them to, because our funding doesn't begin until after July 1st, and so that's when we were doing it in the past. So I'm not quite sure. Okay, that was all done through the finance department. I didn't have that information.
So I think I asked last month, could this be done, you know, like this year that, what is it, that 7,000 or 6,000 some number that you quoted for the internet service, or do we have to vote on both of these together? Can we vote on them separately?
Yes, because these are two separate services.
Okay, so summarize for me, Adrian, please. The internet service is a commitment of 6,000.
No, it's nine. I think it's 9,000.
Yeah, no, the internet service is a commitment of 9,000 a year.
9,000 per year. And for the firewall, That's the 40,700.
Yes.
And where does the E-rate 85% discount get factored in?
So the E-rate 85% discount gets factored in. So if you look, the firewall themselves before the discount would be $44,619. And so,
and do we pay? And are we going to pay 15% of that?
Correct, which is the $692.86.
Oh, well, that doesn't sound as bad.
No. But what we have to pay for is the licenses, which is the $40,748.86. That's not discounted because it's a service.
Oh, okay, we're back at that amount then. I don't know how the other board members feel. I'm pretty conflicted right now. You know, given the uncertainties. You know, by us voting, Adrian, to accept this, do we have an ability to opt out if the forecast budget, you know, if we get impacted, you know, that worst case scenario that we talked about earlier today?
Yes, we do.
Okay.
What does that look like? Was it just a written notification? How does that work?
So it's written notification that we would get we have an E-rate consultant to.
Luis, I think Ms. Villa is raising her hand. She's muted right now.
So yeah, it's a written notification.
I have a question, Mr. Clark. Did you talk to Kelly about forecasting these $40,000 or whatever expense
No,
it
I did
was?
not.
So that's a problem. And I just want to stress that. Where are we going to pull $40,000 knowing what we just saw previously in the previous presentation? Second, does this, when you say the finance department, I thought E-rate had happened prior, maybe 2 years ago. So where is that budgeted in the items and under the budget lines, under the budgets and the projections?
That again was being handled by finance.
So
what I've done as far as E-rate is concerned, I've gotten all the numbers together and I've given those numbers to finance, and they're the ones that were able to put it into the budget. So as for our previous conversation about budgeting and technology, I was not privy to technology budgets and technology, so that was all handled through finance. And so at this point, what I'm doing is I'm putting together the information that the E-rate consultant and I put together, and this is what I'm providing to you. And then based on that, this would now go to finance, and finance would be the one that would budget this put this into the budget.
So we didn't talk about this in the preliminary budget, so I have a problem with that because Kelly doesn't know about this. And so is it catastrophic if we do not apply for E-rate? Does that mean we can't afford internet at the sites? I need internet for schools to communicate with each other and for testing major. And so if we can wait on this, I would rather wait, because I think this would be, we didn't let Kelly know, and so this should have been brought up early on in the conversation. I put in 20,000 for ELD, and so I'm a bit confused on it myself. So, I think there could have been some leader input on this as well, because we're going to be facing distance learning in the future, and is this going to impact? That was a great question. Whoever asked it, thank you. And I think leader input is also huge because it affects their budgets.
You're absolutely right.
Well, we have to go ahead with the $9,000. I mean, you can't be doing online learning without upgrading that internet capability. You have to go ahead with the $9,000. I mean, in my opinion, that you have to do category 1. I mean, I just think I just think that's mandatory. And I just think you're asking for problems if you're leaving old firewalls out there. You just got too many hackers running around the world right now, and you see what happens. I mean, our county office of education got hit with these guys that locked down their system for 2 weeks. You know, there's just people running around with that do too much damage to you if you're vulnerable.
Peter, what are you saying? What are you saying? We bite the bullet and we buy the 9,000 investment and also the 40,000 firewalls.
Well, I hate to say it, but if your firewalls are 5 years old and the companies are saying they are no longer servicing, you can't take that. I don't think you can take that risk. I think you're opening yourself up to attacks that could shut down the entire organization.
But Peter, I mean, what's driving this tonight is that April 29th deadline. I don't think anybody I don't disagree that the importance of the firewall. You know, I thought that there was at least last month and less now that the E-rate discount that was presented and only paying 15% of the total cost sounded like a no-brainer. What I'm trying to think, you know, if we wait until after the deadline to make the decision to buy the firewall, what's happening? Are we paying double, triple, the same?
Well, yeah. Look at the top of the chart. The top of the chart is 40. If you're paying market rate, you're paying $44,000. The E-rates, the E-rate is you're getting 85% off of the 44. It's not up there anymore. It's $44,000. You're getting 85% off of that $44,000 at the top half of the chart.
Luis, could you put the chart back up?
The AMS that aims. Yeah, you're getting 85% off that 44,619, right?
Correct.
Mr. Clark?
Yes.
The one you're not getting the discount off is the 34,000. You're not getting any discount off the service pack, the 34,000. That's what runs you up to the 40,000. So if you miss the deadline, right, then you're looking at $44,000 instead of $6,000. Correct, Mr. Clark?
Yes. So you'd be looking at about $80,000.
What? Excuse me. You said what? You said $80,000?
If you miss the deadline, yes.
If you miss the deadline, you're looking at $80,000 instead of $40,000.
That's not 85%.
No, because you missed the deadline. That's full. You're paying full boat.
You're only getting 85% off that 44,619.
Okay, and what is that amount? Is that 6,000 something?
Correct.
Okay, and then you add those last three items there, the PAN.
You add the 34,056.
34,056. In
Down at
addition,
the bottom.
in addition to the 6.
Correct.
So we're talking 40,000 again.
That's how you get to the 40,000 for the firewall.
I think the problem in conceptualizing this, Mr. Clark, is that when you did the price form with tax and you put down the 44,619, that there was not another number in parentheses or another column stating that with the E-rate, the amount would be reduced by X amount, and this is the amount we would be paying. So all we keep seeing is this $44,619 and this $34,056. I mean, you know, if you could, so that's the problem, and that's what I guess what we were expecting for this presentation, because this is exactly the same presentation we got last month. So, you know, it's kind of, I feel almost like it's being forced on us now, because we got the 29th is next week, and we can't hold another board meeting before the 29th, and we're not going to wait till the next regularly scheduled board meeting, because that's not till the 25th of May. So, I mean, I feel pressured. Now we have to prove what we saw last month when we asked for more clarification for this month. And that's, you know, it's very frustrating not having had a further breakdown, because that's what Peter asked for. That's what the board asked for last time.
I'd like to bring to the attention, Ms. Forrester has a comment. I'm not sure if you want to entertain that, Chair Quiroz.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
Okay, Ms. Forrester, you're on.
Thank you. Apologies. It just took me a minute. I have a couple of questions regarding the presentation. As a school leader who's paying very close attention to LCFF and the possible budget cuts that are coming down the pipeline, I've been on all of the webinars and all of the conversations that are happening at the state level and paying attention, as is my duty and responsibility to do so. And I have a couple of questions, and I can just present these to the board for your consideration, and know that it's highly unusual, and I thank you for taking my comments. The first one I suggest that we consider is, what are the risks we're exposing ourselves to if we wait a year? And can you provide documentation that our firewall providers will not continue to service us now? It seems to me that in light of what's happening with COVID-19, we could extend to them our current service agreements, request that they extend our current service agreements because of COVID-19 and anticipated budget cuts to schools. So I hope that is clear, but basically it seems to me that we can say to them, like, we anticipate budget cuts. Can you please extend our current contract and agreement for one more year because of this COVID-19 situation?
Well, Mr. Clark, it's a matter of whether they're still providing the service for that model of firewall, right? It's not really a matter of whether they're servicing us, as I understand it. It's a matter of whether they're still servicing that technology, whether they're continuing to provide the upgrades to that technology. And
that is correct. It's not, as with, when it comes to technology and updates of they call it the firmware, they just do not always continue to, they want you to have the latest and greatest, and so they stopped, just like I don't know if anybody remember Windows 7. Microsoft stopped supporting Windows 7, and now they moved on to Windows 10. It's a similar situation. It's the firmware that the software that's in the device that they're not supporting. It's not the actual device itself. It's just a matter of it's just the software that they're not supporting, because they don't make it anymore. And so they've moved on from version 2.0 to now version 6, and they don't do reverse architecture with the software.
So, but it seems that it's going to be somewhere around 7,000 total after the reimbursement. So why would we approve the ineligible items since they're not time bound?
because you have to have this software to work with that particular device.
Yeah, what? I'm sorry, I wasn't clear. What was it?
In order for us to use that hardware, you need to purchase the software to control it.
So those last three line items are the software, the three types of softwares needed to operate the new firewall for each location.
So each firewall requires that software. So there's actually 6 devices there, and that's what it costs for the 6 devices for the software.
And that 6 total is 1 per site?
Correct. Now, we can, if it turns out that we don't move forward with John Henry, that will be removed.
It seems that we could approve it after we know where the money's going to come from for the items that are not time bound.
But Ms. Clark, are you saying they're all time bound?
Well, some of them are not time bound, so it seems to me that in the interest of discovering what the next steps are, we could approve only the ones that are time bound, and the ones that are not time bound, the board can have more time to review with Mr. Clark and ask more probing questions and make.
Well, I think we're only considering the ones. The firewalls are the ones that are time bound. The other ones we're not considering, as I understand. The other ones we're pushing off.
Correct.
The ineligible items are not time bound.
They are time bound.
They are time bound because the
rest of them don't work if you don't have the software.
Correct.
It's the things like the network switches and the uninterruptible power supplies and those things that we're pushing off till future years. So as Mr. Vaca said, we're not going to try to have another board meeting. I think we've got to give some kind of authority to the administration to go ahead with this thing and try to figure out the financing of it. You know, if they absolutely can't do it, then they can't do it. Then they won't do it. But I think that we've got to give them the authority to do it. And if they go back to Kelly and to Mike Barr and it turns out that, you know, the whole organization collapses if we spend this money, which I don't think it will, but I think we've got to give them the authority to do it. And, you know, if they absolutely decide that this would be a disastrous thing to do, then they won't do it. But to me, Category 1 is absolutely mandatory. Looking at the future, you've got to upgrade the internet capability and the speed of the internet. We're going to be in an online learning posture for a year at least.
Yes.
You've got to do that. And to me, you cannot leave the organization vulnerable with outdated firewalls and firewalls that are not going to be protected. And I think we've got to approve this as giving them authority and let them figure it out. And if they decide that they absolutely can't do it, then they won't do it.
Well, Peter, you want to put that in the form of a motion, and let's kind of have, if it gets the second in the vote, we'll come up.
Well, I'm gonna move that we give the administration authority to move forward with E-rate on Category 1 and E-rate on to upgrade the firewalls for the 6 schools. And they have the discretion with the firewalls to make that purchase or not make that purchase after reviewing the budget.
Okay, is there a second to that motion?
It's tough, but I'll second that motion.
Okay, so we have a second on the motion as stated. Mr. Stefan, could you please give us a roll call on that vote? Oh, let me ask, are there any questions or unreadiness by any board member before we go to vote? Okay, not hearing any, then can we please have a roll call vote?
Yeah. Board Chair Quiroz?
Yes. Yes.
Board Member Hanley?
Yes.
Board Member Gonzalez?
I'm abstaining.
Board Member Lopez?
Yes.
That's 3.
Do we have the 3?
We do.
We do?
We have 3. Yes, 3 yeses.
Okay, well, the motion carries. Thank you very much. So I just want to do a time check here. We're about to enter our 4th hour here of tonight's meeting, and we have one more item, the distant learning, which I know that there's quite a bit of interest in that. Ms. Baca, what is, Ms. Villa, what is your thought in terms of the total amount of time you think we could allocate to give everybody a fair opportunity to share that distant learning plans?
Am I unmuted? Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
I would think probably 10 minutes for the high schools. I don't think we should go more than 45 minutes on this topic. I mean, I'm pretty sure you guys are going to ask questions. I mean, this was supposed to be just an update. And yeah, it's no more than let's push for 30 minutes on this.
Edgar, we got to do this tonight anyway, because we can't wait for the next board meeting because the school's closing, and so
this is an information item, though, right?
Yes, sir.
Oh, okay. Well, let me just check it out. Can we hang in there till 10:15? Other board members.
Maribel's hands up. Does someone take her comment? Ms. Gonzalez is up.
Oh, do we get to react? I guess it gives us a thumbs up if we're able to go till, okay, I've given a thumbs. Can you see my screen?
Sure.
Okay, let's go ahead then and get rolling then on item number 710, please, Ms. Villa. You want to facilitate it, or should we just go right into Ms. Forrester?
Yeah, go right into Ms. Forrester. I gave you guys, I think, a pretty nice item. I mean, a briefing sheet just mentioned that, we went to distance learning on March 16th. Leaders worked alongside their leadership teams, their deans.
Were you doing public comments first, or what?
yes. Other public comment?
Yes, we have one.
All right.
Okay, can we hear the public comment, please?
Yeah, just 1 second. I want to make sure Ms. Flores is available for translation.
Yeah, they submitted a timesheet for translation services, by the way.
Okay. Okay, Ms. Cuellar, whenever you're ready.
Mi nombre es Mariela Cuellar, madre de Benito Juárez.
My name is Mariela Cuellar, and I am a mother at Benito Juárez.
Para mí es muy importante esto del aprendizaje a distancia.
For me, it's very important, this item on distance learning.
Quiero agradecer a las AMETHOD Benito Juárez. Hay muchas cosas que están pasando con el aprendizaje a distancia, cosas buenas y muchísimas cosas que tienen que mejorar.
I want to first thank AMETHOD and Benito Juárez. And there's a lot of things that are going good with distance learning, but there's also a lot of things that we need to improve on.
Creo que Miss Averly ha hecho un trabajo bueno con los empleados, los maestros, los asistentes y todos, y quiero agradecerlo.
I think that Ms. Averly has done a good job with the staff, the teachers, the teaching assistants, and I want to thank her.
Yeah. Pero las cosas que necesitamos mejorar es que la verdad nadie estaba preparado para lo que está pasando, pero también necesitamos que el aprendizaje a distancia sea efectivo y que los niños estén aprendiendo, y con eso tenemos que mejorar mucho.
And we need to improve certain things. No one was ready for this, but now that we need distance learning, we need it to be effective, and we need to make sure that the children are learning.
Hay maestros que realmente solo dieron paquetes y bueno, en mi caso las de cuarto grado, solo paquetes, y yo tuve que pedir computadoras para que más o menos alguien estuviera guiándonos.
And the teachers, there's teachers that only gave packets of work. Specifically, I'm talking about the 4th grade, and I had to go and ask for a computer so that someone could provide my children more support.
Una de mis hijas sí tiene maestro, pero la otra niña tenía sustituta, y creo que hay mucho que mejorar en eso. Gracias a Dios, mi Samperio tomó una de las gemelas que no tenía maestra. Entonces, hay muchísimas cosas que necesitamos mejorar en académico, para que realmente los niños aprendan lo que necesitan aprender para que estén preparados para el 5º grado. En general.
I have 2 daughters. One of them did have a teacher, but the other one had a substitute for her classroom. And thankfully, Ms. Amperio took the one without a teacher. And there's a lot of things that we need to improve academically, so that the children are learning and so that they are prepared for the 5th grade.
Y no solo mis hijas, es en general. Obviamente yo abogo por mis hijas, pero cuando abogo por todos los niños, para que realmente las AMETHOD estén preparadas para las semanas que vienen. Y como dije, que el aprendizaje a distancia sigan las reglas de educación por ley, las tienen que seguir con niños de educación regular y de niños a educación especial, y para todos los niños.
And not just for my daughters, but for every child in general. When I advocate for my daughters, I am also advocating for all of the children. And they need to be prepared for the following weeks. And with distance learning, we need to be following the rules, and we need to be following the law, so that children in general education and special education can be provided with the services. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Forster, go ahead and begin with your presentation, please.
Okay, thank you. In the interest of time, Mr. Romo, are you going to put up our documents with the screen share? In the interest of time, I'm just going to give a brief overview. I invite the board members to please reach out to me directly with any questions at any time. I'm happy to respond. So first and foremost, as a progressive educator focused on equity, my priority is to ensure that the health and well-being is that our students are well served through this crisis. And to that end, I have been working with Sylvia Flores, Brett Robbins, Eric Becker, Natalie Garcia, and Felix Cabrera in close concert with Mrs. Villa and Ms. Lee to develop our OCHS and John Henry High School, AMPS High School Distance Learning Platform. So in response to the crisis and to, we've really been listening to our community, we've been listening to our students, we've been listening to our staff, we've been listening to our support staff, and we've been listening to our parents. As a result, we've made some changes in our policies and plans. We shifted the number of assignments that we were requiring of students each day and each week from 5 assignments down to 3 assignments per class per week. We are accepting late work without penalty. All teachers turn in the same lesson plan template, and it has the teacher's office hours on it and links to the student's office, the tutor's office hours as well. We've standardized this across all of the Google Classrooms in an effort to lower the anxiety that our students were feeling about receiving so many updates and emails. It's interesting that our kids are much more proficient on things like Snapchat and TikTok and Insta, and not so much so on email. And they were experiencing a lot of anxiety and stress. And so we felt that having a clear template that every single teacher uses, that is color-coded, that kids would know exactly where to go for their resources would be helpful. And we're getting wonderful feedback from the community that we serve, telling us that that's been a good shift in the right direction. We also have weekly opt-ins with our counseling staff, and our teachers are offering extra credit. And when they're covering things such as A to G requirements, they're covering transition to college, they're covering best practices in the online world. Also, our social emotional piece is being upheld by our wonderful wellness counselors who are at OCHS. Our wellness counselor has over 100 scholars following her Instagram page. We've also provided across both high schools PD for all staff regarding best practices and distance learning. We looked at different models, including synchronous, asynchronous, and adaptive learning, and looked at what would be the best, both for staff and for students. We've also followed up that professional development by one-on-one coaching for every one of the teachers we serve. I can tell you that it was a steep learning curve for the teachers who we are working with. It took me about 2 hours to coach each one of them to get up to speed, and I used this platform of Zoom. So my personal experience for each teacher who I coach is 2 hours to get them situated, to help them to organize their Google Classrooms, to help them to understand how to send out the links, to give them good ideas about how to develop engaging, meaningful, rigorous, relevant lesson plans. It's been a joy to work that way with our staff, and we continue to offer our staff weekly check-ins. This week, I'm happy to say that my check-ins with each of my teachers is lasting about an hour, so we're making some real progress, and our teachers are making headway. Our AP Spanish teacher today, for example, communicated to me that he felt so thrilled and supported because so many of his students are doing so much better, and so that's a real joy to see. And that making those parent phone calls and redesigning his lessons to be more engaging is really working in support of him and the students we're serving. We're also providing site-based tech support. So we understand that our tech team is working heroically to get those laptops and to get those hotspots and to get everything out to the students that we serve. And so as a result, we've identified staff members within our team who can support our teachers to come get up to speed with Google Hangouts Meet, or with Zoom, or with Flipgrid, Discord, Edpuzzle, all of these different resources that they're using to meet the needs of the students that we're serving. And that's been really exciting to have staff members step up and volunteer for those positions across the high schools. I want to emphasize that, the philosophical underpinnings of our distance learning plan is not something that we took lightly. I've been an educator. This is my 25th year in public education, equity-focused public education, and we want to make sure that our distance learning is intentional, active, constructive, cooperative, authentic, and meaningful. And so we're working very hard to to make sure that our teachers and our students are supported to be able to achieve those metrics. I want to highlight the fact that I feel that the John Henry High School and the Oakland Charter High School teams have really risen to the occasion. They've really met the moment. Our essential staff, they're going into the school several times a week to distribute laptops and Chromebooks to help families with enrollment packets, to answer families' questions, to help students who are now forced into the job market because their parents were laid off and they need assistance with things such as work permits and so on. So we're really, really proud of the work that our staff is doing, and Go Oakland provided to us face masks to help us to ensure that that was safe. I'd also like to really highlight the shift in terms of what some of our staff is doing. We've been very creative in our response. So we've pulled people out of the lunch program and into tutoring and into support for our students. And that's really been a wonderful wraparound support for everybody. I'm very proud of the fact that at the high schools there are tutorials happening for students, both one-on-one, small group instruction, also hangout sessions, just because kids need a place to be online with their teachers to feel part of the community. And those tutorial sessions are happening from 9 o'clock in the morning until 9 o'clock in the evening, because that is in direct response to what our key stakeholders, our students, have asked for. I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Flores, who's going to be talking to you further about the other elements of these plans that she and I developed together. And I'm here for any questions. So Ms. Flores is going to speak to you about the distance trackers that we're using, so student success trackers and distance learning trackers, to really keep excellent data about every single phone call that's made in support of our students and every single effort, and so that we're making sure that our staffs have the full comprehensive understanding of what's going on with our kids. Ms. Flores, are you on mute still?
I don't see her on here.
Oh, maybe she got kicked off. All right. Mr. Romo, can you move to the next document so I can just explain it? It looks like sometimes that happens in Zoom meetings.
Oh, here she is.
There we go. Keep going. Should be the trackers. These are the Google Classroom codes. Ms. Flores, are you here? That's perfect. Let's have Ms. Flores speak to them.
Sorry about that. So yeah, we have our main platform is Google Classroom, and we decided to go through the Google Classroom platform for all of our students. All of our teachers have that Google platform where they are posting their assignments. That is for both high schools. So we really wanted to standardize this so that students have an easy time in terms of connecting, in terms of knowing where their assignments are going to be, and also standardizing the times that teachers are posting and when their assignments are due. So in terms of the distance learning model for Google Classrooms, that is what we are doing. And the other thing that, Forrester, you, in the time that I was gone, did you talk about the student success tracker?
I just was starting that, and I wanted to turn it over to you. So
yeah, so we have our tracker. It's pretty similar for both high schools. We are having our support staff, which is our administrators, our paraprofessionals, our tutors, and some other staff who are jumping on board and supporting with the student outreach. So basically what that means is that if we see that students are not submitting assignments, we outreach to them almost every single day to figure out what they need, to figure out if they have a working computer, if they still have internet at home, to figure out what's happening that's preventing them from submitting an assignment. If it's that they need tutoring, then we're there to provide that support for them. So each paraprofessional, each support staff, our college advisors are also on board with that. They have a caseload of students, and they also have a grade level that they are working with. So that is what we're doing in terms of our support and student tracker. We are very, very happy to report that at John Henry, we have 95% of our students who are submitting an assignment every single day. And we are very proud of that number. We want to get to 100%, obviously, but right now, with this being week 5 of distance learning, we have been able to achieve those very high numbers of students who are engaged, who are participating in distance learning.
And that's true across both high schools.
So, Ms. Villa sent me kind of a report, but it was from, I think it was from week 4 that was indicating that there was still a lot of students were having problems completing all assignments. I think, it was, 35, 40% were completing all of the assignments, but this was probably 2 weeks ago. Has that now improved?
Hugely.
Okay.
Yes, that's definitely at least in the 75 to 80% range at OCHS for completing all assignments. But there's also importantly some important coaching that needed to be done with our teachers around making sure that we're following the governor's orders and offering an equity-based program. And that means that teachers really need to be mindful about what students can do. And so while we want to make sure that our students are prepared for matriculation to the next grade level, we also want to be mindful of the difficult circumstances that they are experiencing. We have very, very many of the students who we serve whose parents have been laid off. And these are families who could ill afford to lose a paycheck. They were already not Title I families, and these are Title I schools. We serve some of the most diverse and deserving students in the Bay Area, and to coach our teachers to what does it look like, because a key element for completion of work is engagement with meaningful work. And busy work assignments and worksheets do not work in the classroom, and they certainly don't work in the distance learning context.
Right.
Are there any other questions to Ms. Forrester and Ms. Torres? Is this a good time, Ms. Villa, to hand off to Ms. Aberly?
I'd just like to thank, while we get Ms. Averly set up, I'd like to thank Board Member Gilbert for showing up at OCHS a few weeks before the COVID-19 crisis hit. It really helps to build the capacity of my staff to see our wonderful board members. And so I want to thank all of you who had an opportunity to visit us and see the good things that are going on at our schools. And I just wanted to mention that because he was the most recent visitor. And the teachers, everybody's so excited when they know that one of our board members is coming. And they really do work very hard every day, honoring hard work and adaptable and persevering. And they appreciate it when you all are here and show up. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lopez, for representing.
I intend to visit the Richmond schools next, of course, but under the circumstances, I'll stand by on that.
You're welcome. When we're able to come back, you're most welcome.
Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Aberly, you have the floor or the video.
Thank you so much.
Floor.
All right. So, in the interest of time, I will also try to truncate some of my things that I need to go ahead and tell you. So what I did with mine, since I have the little ones with me at BJE, and so things, of course, turned out a little bit different. than it did with the high school, because I cannot go 100% online with the K through 2, or actually really K through 3. Utilizing Google Classroom with kindergartners doesn't work. So this very strange time has, made it so that, people get to be creative. We get to kind of figure out how we want to reach students and teach during this time. So, depending really on grade level is how it's going to roll out. So what I did for mine is I really looked at what each teacher is doing. If there isn't as much centralization with BJE because of the nature of who our students are, with them being younger and not really accustomed to typing and things like that quite yet. So for kindergarten, mostly it's a lot of interaction with the parents in terms of the parents helping the students get online and look at download the work packets, logging them on to YouTube channels so that they can watch their teacher give them direct instruction via YouTube Live, which has been a really great thing for a lot of the teachers at BJE. So in terms of the younger students, definitely parent involvement is really important because it's difficult for the little ones to be able to log on. So in addition to getting a homework packet that we pass out periodically throughout the weeks, they also get a lot of support through Zoom meetings and Google Hangout check-ins with the students. The teachers will, create small groups or do things individually, and then work with the students on the packet work and also provide, new instruction for students. For the 4th and 5th grade classes, what we've done is we've actually have utilized Google Classroom. The 4th through 5th grade teachers, they have all been working together to create just the same sort of format in every single classroom where students get tasks for ELA, math, and also they're starting to incorporate some science experiments for students to do at home and basically film themselves and then send them in completing the science experiment. Some of those videos have been really, really fun and great to watch. The students have a good time with that. But the 4th and 5th grade teachers, like I said, have been working together, and that has been another really great thing that has happened, even though we're in this situation, is that all the teachers have been working together really closely, sharing resources and helping each other with some of the platforms, and doing a lot of work together so that parents, don't have to be so confused with this class doing that and that class doing that, but there's some continuity with the grade levels. For RCA, they are actually 100% online with Google Classroom. So for each of the subjects that the students have, they get daily tasks to do, and they have to log in every single day, make sure they interact with their teacher in some way, whether it's on the Google Classroom chat or it's through the comment on the teaching video that they put up for the day. And they usually also have an assignment that they have to get in. Like in school CHS, late work isn't really a thing anymore. Making sure that we provide students and families with enough time to get used to what they're doing, make sure that they, also spend time with their family and they're just not in front of the computer during their distance learning the whole time. And as far as, reaching out and making sure that all of our families have Chromebooks, a couple of days a week, my staff and I open the school for a few hours to collect donations. Ms. Gutierrez talked about the food drive that we're doing in Richmond, and so we open a section of the school for donations to be dropped off. We open another part of the school to distribute the workbooks that the kindergarten through 3rd grade receive. And then the other part of the building, we open the school to have parents drop off work packets to be graded. We also do enrollment packets and also to hand out Chromebooks and things to families. So, you know, we've been, the tech department has been able to procure us some more hotspots. So hotspots were trickling in from the tech department, and I was trying to give them out as fast as possible. We now have, you know, a good amount of hotspots to distribute, so I'm able to distribute more hotspots to families who need them. And so we will be doing more of that, you know, as more families come up and say that they need that help and they need that support. Utilizing our instructional aid staff to help reach out to families who, you know, haven't been able to communicate very often to our teachers. So our teachers have been giving us a list of students that they haven't been able to contact, and I've been utilizing my my paraprofessionals and my ACES staff and the TAs to help do phone calls home to see what's happening, to get them onto Class Dojo, and to make sure that they have what they need in order to help their student be successful at school or during distance learning. Another big thing that we've been really pushing is providing students with a suggested structured schedule for the day, so that they're getting up about the same time, they're eating about the same time, and logging off of the computer around the same time as they would for school. Especially with the younger children, we have to be really mindful of how we disrupt their, you know, how we disrupt their day with different things. So trying to keep that kind of set structure will help them transition better from being with distance learning to coming back to school with, you know, with however that may look like later. But when they do come back to school, they don't have to adjust so much to a new structured schedule. And another thing that we're really mindful of at both RCA and BJE is the social emotional part. So my staff and I, we did a lip singing video to our students to a song about, you know, never letting you down or anything like that, and that we're always here for you. And we dubbed ourselves lip singing the video, you know, in our different homes, and put it all together and send it out to the families. And the students were really appreciative of seeing our faces and seeing that we care about them. So we're really mindful also about the social emotional piece. Both of our school counselors have been really helpful. The counselor at OCA has graciously today kind of solidified the fact that she's going to be helping us serve some of the BJE students in terms of like checking in with them if they, making sure they feel okay and that they feel like they're being supported and things with, you know, with seeing all the changes in their homes, which, you know, can be a little bit weird for the smaller children. And yeah, and that's, I think, is pretty much what we've been doing since we had to close the school, just trying to scramble and get things ready and offer the support that we needed to offer to the students and to the parents too. Giving out a lot of tutorials from YouTube and things like that, trying to help parents figure out how to do all the platforms and things, because with, like I said in the beginning, with the little students, the parents have to be actually the ones to log them on and things like that.
Ms. Alberly, this is Edgar. Thank you for sharing that. I'm just curious, have you had any, well, how have our special ed students responded to the distant learning? I'm just curious in terms of, you know, that environment for them.
Yeah, that was a really challenging thing that, you know, just thinking about what you're going to do with general ed students and then thinking about the students that need a little bit of extra support or different kind of support than what we're offering everybody else. But my ed specialist is really wonderful, and she just has kind of taken it on and figured out ways to organize schedules and look at work packets and help teachers modify those work packets for those students that need help with certain things like that. For example, like if a teacher's giving, this is a very crude example, of course, but if a teacher's giving 5 questions, our ed specialist will go in there and, you know, just select the ones that the student's supposed to finish and modify it in that way. And then, we are starting to get, parent consent to have IEP meetings and have OT service and do speech therapy services. We're just starting to get all that ball rolling and, the schedules and things going for even therapy and counseling sessions with our counselors.
Thank you. Ms. Forster, did you want to respond? I saw you kind of...
I just wanted to say I'm really proud of our SPED team that's been offering the robust wraparound services for our students. They're getting Zoom counseling sessions. The IEPs are continuing. The progress monitoring towards goals is continuing at OCHS. And I want to highlight the work that Robin Serrato in particular has done to support my staff at OCHS and really appreciate the good work that's happened through Futures. It's been really nice. And she's been very responsive to me and very responsive to the needs of our team and our students.
Yes, they've definitely reached out and been very helpful, especially with offering the counseling services to students.
Okay. Are there any questions from the board for Ms. Alberly? No? Okay, thank you, Ms. Alberly. Let's hear from Mr. Ellingberg.
I think you mute. Oh, there he is.
Oh, there you go.
Oh, here I am. So here at OCA, I'm sorry, I got echo here. Can you hear me?
Now we can, yes.
Okay, sorry about that. So at OCA, our students, we're of course doing the distant learning, but we're going to continue to work with the following programs for distant learning. We are using Google Classroom. We're using Zoom, Achieve 3000 and Khan Academy. We're receiving instruction for one assignment a day, one quiz a week, one test a week, and our teachers are doing 2 Zoom meetings weekly. Just to give just a little idea of overall what's going on. Overall, our students have been participating in all aspects of our distant learning. We have had a little bit of a few in each grade that have not yet fully embraced or really caught on to the whole distant learning thing. And so we've been extending extra services for those students who are struggling to do the online piece. And so those students have been supported by myself, Ms. Miller, and we've been
Mr. Ellenberg, I think we lost audio on you. Or is it just me not being able to hear it? Yeah, I think we lost him, Mr. Romo. So until we can get him back, why don't we go ahead and hear from Miss Claudia Lee, if she's available.
Yes, she's on here.
Okay.
Miss Lee, can you hear us? There you are.
Yes, hi everyone.
Hello.
I am going to be very fast. We have worked really hard, and I am very proud to tell you that at DCA we began planning for distance learning 2 weeks before the closure of the schools. So by March 13, when the children left that Friday, they had 2 weeks of planning to take home with the instructions for the parents of how to log in into the online lessons and the assignments that they needed to complete. And then, after that, we began tailoring all the programs. What you see here is the weekly schedule that the students have. So we have a block schedule, and students take English, science, and PE Mondays and Wednesdays, and Tuesday they have math, history, and PE, and Friday they have the assessments. The great thing about this schedule is that after every lecture, students stay in the classroom with the teacher in the Google Classroom and complete the assignment for 40 minutes. And at the same time, the students who need the extra support, students with IPs and students with tier 2 and 3, move to guest rooms and have a small group support with different people. That's basically the schedule. Can we move to the roles, Mr. Romo? One thing that we did immediately after the closure of the school is that we assigned different roles to everyone in the building so that everyone is tutoring at the school. Teachers and tutors have small groups throughout the days. So this is amazing because all the students are getting lots of support. Like every student there, for example, students who need a one-on-one, and they get the person to do that with them. We also created roles and responsibilities and clear directions and instructions for teachers of what was expected of them every week. Do we have, I don't know, Mr. Romo, if you can, okay, that's the roles, the school roles, and we just assign everyone to a department and a grade. So everybody has a clear idea, these are the kids that I'm working with. Then we had a support plan. You can share that. And in the support plan, we created a tracker and we assign students to each person in the building. And we first assigned students with IPs, then we assigned students that were in the SST plan, and then we assigned the other students. So all of the students who need support have someone supporting them throughout the day, right after the lessons or in the afternoon. Then we have an amazing student engagement tracker. And the first thing I created a very simple one, and what is really wonderful about DCA is that we have teachers who are really invested in what they do and in the students. So they made this tracker an amazing document. I would have never imagined, and it's a document that is updated every day, and every teacher lets the school know this is the engagement tracker, and we go by, you know, the kids, for example, in red are the kids that are missing during the week. Like, for example, you see 6 assignments. So we have a plan that the tutor is the person that calls first, then is the teacher, and if that doesn't work, then coach, the dean of students, calls home, and if nothing works, then it's me calling the parents. For example, I call 10 students this weekend, and we have most of our students are engaged, but the few that are not are struggling with different things, and it is a great thing that we are able to put a support plan so that we can reach out to every student, and we deliver some Chromebooks to the homes of some students who were sharing just the computers with their brothers and sisters, and that's why they were delaying in their assignments. And this tracker is updated every day, and the whole process goes, you know, throughout grades and all teachers and all students. And we even have the phone numbers of the students in the tracker and all the notes. Another thing that we have done is the weekly assignments. We are sending home a printed copy of the weekly assignments and the lessons and the links to the Google Classrooms, and so that the students and parents know what is expected of them every day and the schedule that they have to complete. The schedule is lighter than a regular day, but the students are engaged 9 to 1:05 in the classes, and then in the afternoon they receive tutoring if they need to. Otherwise, they don't. In that distance learning, how we call that, the distance learning assignments, we also have a page for parents to sign. So there is a documentation that we're doing the job and that the students are actually completing the assignment. So we sort of engage the parents as team members, like let's do this together. And we are expecting parents to return those documents the last week of school. So we have those documents that they have done the work at home. Those are all the documents. I don't want to tire you. We sort of reinvented the whole, system, and it's been a lot of work. I am just really, really proud of the investment of our teachers. I didn't share with you the instructional documents that we have created for the distance learning for teachers. But I want to mention that parents also receive an update every week, and we share with them the news about the schools openings and also activities for students and community services. We also have a counseling corner, and it's a web page that our counselor opened so that our students can visit the site and share with other students their experience and talk about how they're feeling during the school closure. I had a focus group with parents this past week. I didn't have many parents, but I had 8 parents, and they already were asking me, okay, when is the date for the May meeting? And they were so happy with the work that the teachers were doing. They told us, congratulations, there are so many schools who are still thinking about it, and you were ready since the very first day. So it's really, it's wonderful. It's not perfect, but God, is a lot of work, and people are doing what is expected. We created goals and priorities and made sure that the priority number 1 in our school is the students who need us the most, and everything revolves around that. So it makes it easy for us because we know exactly, what to do because we're thinking about the students. For the teachers, we have grade level meetings. The Dean of Instruction visits the Google Classrooms more than I do, but she's always informing me, and we have the department meetings, grade level meetings, and we have the staff meetings online, and we also have a gathering, a happy hour, let's say it, a week, and it's really great. It's been difficult in many ways, but we have learned a lot. We are already thinking of the lessons that we learn about tutoring, grouping, and having a centralized information where everybody knows where each student is every day. Is helping us be very, very efficient and effective in reaching out to them. So it's great lessons that we're already thinking, okay, how is this informing us for the work next year? I know I talk a lot, but we're sharing best practices. Teachers are helping each other. Some of them are better than others in managing the Zoom, but we even call attendance. We learned this week how to create a report to create attendance. We upgraded the Zoom for the school, and we bought the business account. And okay, I think I told you a lot.
Thank you, Ms. Lee. Board members, are there any questions you have for Mrs. Lee? No, thank you very much. Let's try to reconnect with Mr. Ellingberg, because I know we lost him in the middle of his presentation. Do we have you back?
I am back.
Okay.
I'm here. Just pretty much what I pretty much got through our presentation. I'm pretty much mirroring Mrs. Lee, and I appreciate her for relaying all that she's doing with us, and we've been mirroring her schedule, we've been doing pretty much the same thing. So we would be pretty much saying the same thing she said. But I will say that I'm proud of our school because we have really band together and all hands are on deck. Even before the shutdown, we were short a few teachers, and our teachers volunteered to kind of fill in the gaps. And so I'm very, very proud of our staff. Our administrative assistants have been working overtime to ensure not only the distance learning stuff is we're giving messages through robocalls and emails there. We are also looking at enrollment for this year. So they've been doing like phenomenal work with enrollment as well. But for the distance learning, that's pretty much all we have. We I was when it cut off, I was kind of talking about the our SPED department really working with our 28 students that we have on file, and all of them have Chromebooks. All of them have been doing their work. 100% of our special ed students have been participating, so I'm very happy about that.
Yes.
I've been dealing with parents. I don't have an assistant or deans, but we have been really hands-on with parents and the students who are struggling the most with the distant learning. I personally have been talking to and contacting and making sure that all questions are answered and they have everything that they need to actually perform well within the given circumstances. But that's pretty much it for me. We're doing our very best, and I'm very proud of our staff.
Well, thank you for coming back and wrapping up there. Any questions from the board with any of tonight's presenters on the distant learning?
I have a question.
Yeah, please.
I would like to add that I appreciate when I saw the budget that some increment for teachers' salaries was taken into account for next year. I appreciate that because now that we are beginning to recruit and trying to retain teachers, that is a very important piece for us. I know that times are not easy right now, but I appreciate that very much. I also would like to put it out there in case you could consider some support for teachers with regard to credentials. Our teachers, a beginning teacher makes $51,000 and credential programs cost $20,000. So it's very hard to ask teachers to really enroll and request that they enroll to a credential program. And I will really appreciate it if you consider thinking about a loan system or, incentives that could help out with that. Thank you.
Well taken, Ms. Lee. Thank you.
So I would just say, it seems like we're making really good progress in what was, an extremely difficult situation. I mean, we just, tossed everybody into a very deep pool with no notice, and teachers had, for the most part, very little professional development in moving to online learning, and students, were not really prepared for that, and so it's a very difficult situation for everyone involved. So one of the things that I think we do need to have a follow-up discussion on grading, which is a big topic out there right now. I don't know how much of a discussion has been already begun in AMPS on how we are going to handle grading in particularly the high school, but generally in AMPS.
Yeah, so to answer that question, Mrs. Flores and myself, in close concert with Mrs. Villa, are working on the AMPS grading policy. We should have it finished. It's due actually to Oakland Unified School District on Friday, so I should have it finished by then. And I can shoot that. I'll share that with Mr. Romo, and he can send it to everybody at the board. But we've taken into consideration West Contra Costa Unified, what other charter schools are doing. We've done a lot of research around what other charter schools are doing, what WCC USD is doing, what OUSD is doing, and then, of course, the guidance from Superintendent of Instruction, Tony Thurmond. So we're working very hard to put together a real comprehensive plan that addresses the equity issues. Our values that guide this conversation are equity, adaptability, continuous learning, intentionality, empathy, and community building and belonging.
Yeah, the equity issues are really difficult to address. My district, we had a meeting last week in my district, a Zoom meeting that had 1,000 people on it at one time. So there's a lot of interest in it, and it's people have strong feelings on both sides of how you should address it.
I think it's a great opportunity for us as a charter school to innovate and to show the way and lead the way. So I'm hopeful that we'll be able to do that.
Okay. The other thing that I think we should be pointing towards is, I think we're going to be doing online learning to some degree for a long time. It's hard for me to see that there's any point where, in August, they bring back 500 kids or 1,600 kids and put them all on one campus at one time. I just don't see that happening. So, I think it would be useful for us to try to pull together a report around the end of June, just thinking about what have we learned about delivering online curriculum, and what do we need to do it better? What have we done well, and what have we done not so well, and what do we need to do to improve? What kind of professional development would be helpful? What kind of what kind of technology do we need that would be really helpful? But I think, we need right now to be thinking systematically about how do we move forward with this, because I think it's going to be with us for quite a while. And I think it would be very valuable for everybody, and certainly for the board, to have a report in the early summer, end of June, first part of July, that kind of pulls us together and helps us think about it in a real systematic way.
Well taken. Yes.
I was just going to add, good points by Peter. I know a lot of local major universities, UC Berkeley, Stanford, are doing online already and have been doing so for a number of years. I'm sure they'll have plenty of information as well. And to mention the big universities across the country, it's been going on for years. I think that would be another good sources of information as well. Good point, Stephen.
Yeah, we always have to find a silver lining, and difficult and challenging that this has been. It really has kind of put the distant learning from the back burner to the front burner, kind of with very little runway. So I'd like to take this opportunity just to thank and commend all of you on all the fine work that you've done and pulled together and created a community around honoring hard work. So thank you very much. Let's see, Ms. Villa, did you want to just say any closing words on distant learning before we adjourn tonight's meeting?
No, I just want to thank the leaders. They've been working tirelessly on this, and
Yes.
as mentioned before, this definitely took us aback a bit. I myself, a parent and a former teacher, and working from home with 4 kids and a college kid at home, It's very difficult. So I see how tireless these leaders have been. I see emails coming back and forth. So I asked the board to ask them to take a break every so often, not during the day, but to find time to get some. I see emails flying at 1 o'clock in the morning. So I'm hoping that everybody just takes care of themselves as well. And I will be setting up a time to talk to all leaders, because I eventually would want the board to adopt, the grading policy and make this standard, because I also think that we will be in distance learning probably for a few months in the school year, the upcoming school year. So just having everybody on board, to me, is important that we have uniform policies created, so that if all the middle schools are following the same protocols, we have the same curriculum, that we all follow the same, and that there's no, just that everybody has what they need. And, the digital divide is real, and everybody is tackling it a different way. So I think we have the right team on board, and I'm very proud of their work. With lots of calls with them, and we're just all anxious to get it right. And I think we have a good starting point.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned about the self-care, because, like teachers, my team of nurses, we have to always be concerned about the fatigue factor. And it's really huge in the giving industries like teaching and nursing. So we got to take care of one another and learn how to put some limits on ourselves, and know when to take a break. So I'm glad, Ms. Villa, you reminded us of that, to be aware of that fatigue factor. If there aren't any other comments or questions, I'd like to adjourn tonight's meeting and thank everybody for hanging in there. A lot of great, important information was exchanged tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night, everyone.
Appreciate you all.
Thank you.
Go to sleep, leaders.